core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade.
Good morning, colleagues. Can we call our meeting to order?
Some of the recommendations.
Can we please take our seats? We want to start the meeting.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome back. We are pleased that you are all back, and we would like to proceed with the business of the day. Just one announcement from security. They've told me to announce that if we can kindly request delegates not to bring in the food plates inside this plenary, nor the disposable coffee cups. So we would like you to have a safe environment. Please refrain from bringing food or the disposable coffee cups here, and have a very good deliberation. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Today, I hope you had a good night's sleep after the dinner. Today, we're focusing on statutory issues, and from the agenda, we are going to have several presentations and reports which need our consideration during this meeting of senior officials. For this session 4, we have 3 reports, and I'm going to request that the presenters they stick to 10 minutes each, so that we can have more time for exchanging and comments and discussions. So our first report is the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the ECA from April 2023 to February 2024. And this will be introduced by the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division of ECA, Said Adejumobi. Could we? And also, if we could have on the podium the Nassim Olumane, who's going to present also, who's the Acting Director of Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Management Division. If they could come up here so that we move as swiftly as possible in between the change of presentations. Mm-hmm. Okay. Said, you ready?
Thank you very much, Chair. The Chair of the Bureau and members of the Bureau, the Deputy Executive Secretary, Antonio Pedro, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Said Adejumobi. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results at the ECA. I will be presenting this report on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECA. It's a report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Commission from April 2023 to February 2023. In the report, I will highlight some of the key achievements of the organization on the work carried out within this period. They are just key highlights. My colleagues who will speak after me will elaborate on the details of the work we've done in the Commission in the course of the year. This presentation should be seen within the context of, 1, the mandate of the organization, the strategic focus of the organization, and the mantra that we have. Our mantra in ECA is ideas into action for a transformed and prosperous Africa. So we generate knowledge, we translate that knowledge into policy, and we use that policy to provide technical advisory services to member states. That's what we do. And our mandate is to support the continent in the process of socioeconomic transformation. In other words, we use the knowledge we've generated and the policy actions to support the continent in its march towards transformation and development. Our mandate has been unpacked into 5 strategic areas, and those 5 strategic areas have been fine-tuned. I will speak to that towards the end of my presentation. It's also important to note that the work of ECA is multi-year in nature, and although we do have annual business plan, we have the program plan and budget, which we'll be presenting to you. But in terms of impact of our work, it's multi-year in nature, because the process of development is very cumulative. So we need to understand this within the context of how we do our work and the kind of difference we have in supporting you and the other regional institutions in the work that they do. It's not coming up. These are the key areas of intervention I will be speaking to in terms of the work we've done in the course of the last year. Macroeconomic stability, domestic resource mobilization, and innovative financing, effective and integrated development planning incorporating Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which my colleague who spoke yesterday, Stephen Karingi, spoke about. I will try and elaborate a little bit further on that. Our work on industrialization and economic diversification within the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. As many have argued, the African Continental Free Trade Area is seen as the Marshall Plan for Africa's development and transformation. Climate resilience, energy transition, and blue economy, women empowerment, gender mainstreaming in national and sectoral policies, and leveraging technology to modernize statistical systems and transform national economies. These are the interventions we've made within the context of fostering macroeconomic stability. First is integrated planning and reporting tool. ECA has developed a tool called Integrated Planning and Reporting Tool, which is used to support member states in integrating Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 in national development plans. The major benefit of this is that countries do not need to do double reporting. You do only single reporting in reporting on the two agendas and also in terms of framing your national development plans. So in the course of the year, ECA supported quite a number of countries in this regard. And as a result of that, ECA was awarded the 2023 International Standards of Accounting and Reporting Honors. This is a major honor in terms on reporting standards all over the whole world, and ECA won that award. In terms of taxation, we supported quite a number of countries in terms of reforming their tax administration to make it more efficient and to be able to improve domestic resource mobilization. What we're also working on now is about taxation in the digital sector, in ensuring that the digital sector is able to contribute to national development in our respective countries. The design of property tax. Some countries have also approached us in terms of support on the design of property tax policy, which we have done. In terms of innovative financing, we've supported quite a number of countries in the development of their capital markets. For us to be able to mobilize resources outside the state system, we need to develop our capital markets. And in this regard, ECA is supporting countries in doing that. We're also working on inclusive bonds in cross-border trade and craft processing sectors. We've done studies on this, and we are following up in terms of policy advice to countries on how they can raise bonds to support cross-border trade and craft processing sectors. In terms of innovative financing, we are working extensively, and the Deputy Executive Secretary, Anand Mosi, spoke about this yesterday, on climate-related financing, including debt for nature swaps, green and blue bonds, and the domestic capital, debt for nature swaps. In terms of policy making, we supported countries in terms of economic modeling for evidence-based policy formulation and forecast, and also in enhancing demographic, it's not democratic, demographic dividends in national budgetary processes. We've also supported countries in terms of developing the capacity of public officials in development planning and also in development policy making. This is not reflected on the slide, but this is part of what we have done in the course of the year. On climate issues and energy transition, including the blue economy, we've made major interventions. ECA played a major role in the hosting of in the organization of the Africa Climate Summit, which took place in September 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, which culminated in the Nairobi Declaration, emphasizing not only a common African position, but also Africa's position on climate financing, investments, and green industrialization. The Nairobi Declaration was quite key in terms of Africa's position at COP28. ECA offered technical support to the African team of negotiators in the preparations for COP28. ECA, working with the African Union, organized the Africa Pavilion at the COP28, and also we've played a major role together with some other partners in the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, which was agreed upon at COP27, but the operationalization was discussed at COP28 in Dubai, and ECA played a major role on that. In terms of the development of carbon markets, ECA has been supporting countries on this. We've been providing technical advice and support and technical advice and advisory services to member states in this regard. And in terms of training, in terms of the details of the operationalization of the capital market, we've also been supporting countries in terms of energy modeling in ensuring that the continent is able to undertake energy transition and move to low carbon energy processing, and also promote inclusive and resilient climate development. The Moroni Declaration, which took place in Comoros in June 2023, ECA played a major role in supporting the chair of the African Union at that point in time, which was Comoros, in facilitating the meeting that took place there. And the Moroni Declaration was about how ocean and climate action in Africa could support the blue economy and regional value chains. On the African Continental Free Trade Area, ECA has taken major steps, working together with the CFTA Secretariat and other key partners. We've supported countries in formulating national strategies on the CFTA. We've done this in almost about 32 countries over a period of time. And the national CFTA strategies are supposed to help countries to promote trade, investments, and production through the CFTA. It's supposed to provide their comparative advantage in terms of how they will benefit maximally from the CFTA process. We've been supporting some regional economic communities in terms of satellite imagery and artificial intelligence in money transport corridors. The Lamu corridor is what we are currently working on with the regional economic community to make sure that we can have artificial intelligence to monitor transport corridors. With this, I think the burden in our border posts will be drastically reduced. We've been working on regional digital trade, the Digital Trade Integration Index, to monitor progress on digital trade, and we've supported quite a number of countries in developing migration statistics, because this is a very thorny issue. It was spoken about yesterday. The chair of the Bureau spoke about it in terms of developing migration statistics and official recognition of migrant workers' skills and contribution to national development. Oftentimes, migration is criminalized on our continent. We see it in the negative dimension, but ECA's narrative and ECA's argument, which we are working with countries on, is that in fact, migration is the locomotive of history, and migrants do contribute substantially to the economies of their host countries. And we've supported countries in developing these migration statistics and showing empirically how migrants have been contributing to development in their host countries. Within the context of promoting industrialization and economic diversification, we've been supporting countries on establishing special economic zones. The chair spoke about what we're doing with the agro-industrial park between Zambia and Zimbabwe. We've also been supporting DRC and also DRC and Zambia in the creation of a joint special economic zone for the battery and electric vehicle initiative. The framework agreement was signed in the course of the year, and the implementation process has begun. We've supported quite a number of countries in harmonizing national industrial policies with sub-regional and continental industrialization strategies, and also developed local content thresholds in the pharmaceutical, fertilizer, and packaging subsectors. On leveraging digital data and new technologies to modernize statistical systems and transform national economies, we supported quite a number of countries in terms of improving their national census through deploying digital technology in data collection and analysis. Before, it took some countries 6 months, 7 months to be able to get their result of census out. Now we are looking at 2 months, and we're even looking at a shorter period of time, probably within a month. And digital technology is doing the magic, and we are supporting our countries in this regard. Rebasing of GDP through integrated use of natural capital accounting by member states. In rebasing our GDP, the capital standing of our countries will be higher, and our access to funds at the global market, financial market, will of course be much more improved. We've been deploying digital technology in enhancing animal production and value chain, ensuring that animal husbandry is more done in a more sophisticated way and in a way that countries can improve their animal production and also the value chain within the sector. In terms of gender empowerment and mainstreaming gender in national and sectoral policies, we've been enhancing women's productive employment through increased provision of digital and export-oriented services by women-led SMEs, mainstreaming gender perspectives in national plans, policies, and programs by member states, empowering young girls with skills in digital technology for better employment opportunities and contribution to national development. Chair, I will be ending very soon. Looking forward. In terms of looking forward, we think it's extremely important to strengthen our collaboration with our major partners, the UN system, the African Union, the regional economic communities, and other strategic partners towards achieving the goal of 2 agendas, 1 framework. The whole notion of 2 agendas, one framework is about Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, converging both of them and having a single implementation process for both. So we do refer to these as 2 agendas, 1 framework. Shaping the direction of the future. The second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 will be very key. For us, it will become the major focus area in terms of our work. I'll be speaking to that in one of my presentations later on, and also the UN 6 transitions. And of course, as we move into designing the Pact of the Future through the Summit of the Future, that will also become part of what will define our road ahead. Our 2024 strategic focus areas, which I said at the beginning that I will speak about, these are the new areas that the institution has crafted for itself in moving forward. Macroeconomic policies and development financing, regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization, technology, connectivity, and digital transformation, climate change, and food security. And of course, we've got the cross-cutting issue of data and statistics, including the social dimension of gender. Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just quick observations from my part. I think there are 2 issues which have caught my interest, really, is the issue of design of property tax policy and the issue of inclusive bonds. I think this has generated some interest, especially the issue of bonds. So I hope countries can take advantage of this available capacity within ECA to assist countries as we move towards Agenda 2063. And also on Agenda 2063, the issue of progress and monitoring, etc. I think for me, it's critical to say, where are we going, and so forth, so that we don't end up just with rhetoric and huge names and just titles without us following up and making sure that we are really achieving what we are moving towards the Agenda 2063. It's a huge task, I know, but I think also for us, we need concrete areas to say, how do we monitor progress? How do we measure progress? How do we monitor everything, etc.? So I think that's my pick. And also the issue of these agro-industrial parks and the issue of the resources, natural resources, mineral resources for electric vehicles and batteries. I think these are good initiatives for the countries and for Africa. And I hope also we can move quickly in some of these areas as we try to industrialize our economies. But thank you very much. Can you go straight into your second presentation? The second presentation is going to be on report on the follow-up to the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in terms of what transpired there, etc., and the key issues. Thank you, Said.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is for us to report as the Secretariat on the follow-up to the resolutions of COM 2023. At the COM of 2023, which took place in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, some resolutions were approved by the Conference of Ministers, and it's mandatory for us as Secretariat to report on progress in terms of what we've done in implementing those resolutions. In 2023, 13 resolutions were adopted by the Conference of Ministers. We have implemented 10 of those resolutions. 3 of those resolutions do not require any action for us, from us as ECA, so that's why they are not reported upon. And you can see those resolutions below. The program, plan, and budget that was adopted, it does not require any follow-up reporting. Increased support to EDEP. This was an action for the Secretariat in New York in terms of increasing the funding profile for EDEP and reinforcing the role of EDEP. It was also an action for the headquarters. So in New York, we needed not to report on them. We've clustered the resolutions that were approved into 3 major groups. The first is data, statistics, and digital transformation, in which we have 2 resolutions. We had 2 resolutions approved on accelerating sustainable development, and we had 3 resolutions approved, and on partnerships for development, and in which we had about 6 or 7 resolutions approved. On data, statistics, and digital transformation, ECA was requested by Resolution 2023/2 on rebasing national accounts. I've mentioned it in my earlier presentation. ECA supported member states in building consensus, undertook the design of national accounting survey questionnaires, and we've been following up with member states in terms of rebasing their national accounts within the context of their GDP. ECA supported 5 countries in developing satellite accounts to improve analytical capacity of national accounting within that process. On digital transformation for an inclusive and secure common future, ECA supported 5 countries, which are listed there, to develop digital strategies, legal and regulatory regimes, and tools and applications. ECA also supported the establishment of a roadmap for African governments to use in implementing policy guidelines for digital identity cards, and conducted a study on digital trade regulatory framework in providing empirical evidence on impact of regulatory regime on digital trade flows. I did also mention the work we've done on taxation in the digital sector, which we're still working on, and we've done some studies covering about 6 countries. On accelerating sustainable development, ECA is working very closely with the African Union in developing the Continental Energy Security Policy Framework, and the technical paper which ECA supported in preparing was submitted to the AUCSTC in September 2023. It was adopted, and now we are in the process of finalizing the strategy itself, the policy framework, and moving into implementation. Support in the establishment of online platform to facilitate discussions on energy futures in Africa. In terms of Resolution 2023/4 on accelerating sustainable development through regional integration and trade, ECA provided technical advisory services to private sector and state parties to the agreement on the CFTA on development of a 5-year continental strategy on building regional value chains in textile and apparel sector. we did support the government of Zimbabwe in development of local content thresholds for pharmaceuticals, fertilizer and packaging sectors, and conducted diagnostic studies on cotton and textiles, wood and paper value chains in Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. On accelerating sustainable development in relation to food systems transformation in Africa, ECA worked with other partners to develop the guidelines for agro-pole development in Africa and submitted this to the STC of the AU in November 2023. Conducted a study on gender dimension of COVID-19 impact mitigation in Guinea with focus on access to land ownership and women's participation in food security and agribusiness. On mobilizing climate finance for a green recovery, ECA provided technical assistance to Zambia and a few other countries to establish emission battery baselines, as well as elaboration of other essential components outlined in the harmonized protocol of the Congo Basin Climate Commission to facilitate access to carbon credit markets. Supported the use of alternatives to chemicals in smallholder farming to help reduce greenhouse gas emission in Sao Tome. On Resolution 2023/8 on expanding the Great Blue Wall initiative, ECA extended support to Cape Verde and Sao Tome and Principe in increasing number of targeted states from 10 to 12, supported the African Alliance Climate Commission in developing a roadmap to assist members to access sustainable finance on climate-related issues, and like I noted earlier on, supported the leadership of the African Union at that point in time, which was led by Comoros, in convening the meeting in Moroni, which culminated in Moroni Declaration for Ocean and Climate Action in Africa in June 2023. On advancing sustainable debt coalition, ECA has been working very intensively with other partners, particularly the African Union, on the reform of the global financial architecture, including the issue of sovereign debt architecture, highlighting the need to include climate contingency clauses consideration for debt for nature swaps in all new sovereign debt, and has conducted a study on the implementation of a debt for nature swap mechanism, and supported this Island States Climate Commission to further the implementation of the Great Blue Wall initiative. On reforming the global financial architecture, ECA has been working very intensively on this within the context of the high-level panel on the reform of the global financial architecture, of which the African Union, the African Development Bank, and other partners are part of. The Deputy Executive Secretary and Mosi spoke about that extensively yesterday. ECA has been advocating for the debt service suspension initiative in various forums, highlighting the need to restructure the common framework for debt treatments, and ECA has conducted 5 meetings of the high-level working group. Partnership for development. ECA supported 5 countries to digitize their national development plans and align them to the Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. We intensified our collaboration with the African Union and the African Union Development Agency, and also the African Peer Review Mechanism. We collaborated with AUDA NEPAD on the elaboration of the African Science, Technology and Innovation Indicators Initiative. We also worked very closely with them within the context of the formulation of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, the African Union, AUDA NEPAD, the UNDP, and other stakeholders. We've been working with the African Union to increase the number of focus countries to measure illicit financial flows. Because what you cannot measure, you cannot fix. How do we measure illicit financial flows? And how do we plug the loopholes in our national economies to ensure that we're able to combat illicit financial flows? We did organize high-level policy dialogues to review progress in the implementation of Agenda 23 and Agenda 2030, which was led by the leadership of both the UN and the African Union. Chair, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much for elaborating on all these issues, on the various resolutions which were passed in Addis Ababa progress on implementation. I think for us, member countries, I think the issue of implementation becomes critical, and the issue of how do we measure this progress. Now, there are very interesting issues you have touched on. The issue of rebasing national statistics. I think right now there's popular talk of the natural resources. How do we incorporate this into our national statistics, into GDP? I see you are doing quite a lot on the value chains. We've been discussing the issue of value chains here, so this is commendable. Mobilizing climate finance for green economies. I think, yes, this is a critical area for most of us here. And then on the debt issues, I thought also it would be important for ECA to be a voice for African countries in debt distress in terms of the efficacy of the G20 common framework. I think there are serious challenges there in terms of the process, etc. So I think we also would want to urge ECA to look at this, see how we can go in and see how this whole framework can be reformed so that it's fit for purposes for African countries. But otherwise, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. Now we move on to the third report for this session. This is the report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 9th session and follow-up activities introduced by the Acting Director of Technology, Climate Change and National Resource Management Division, Nassim Olmane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable delegates. So this presentation is related to the report document referenced E/ECA/COE/42/9. Mr. Chair, the presentation is in English, but I will speak in French, so I give a few seconds to the honorable delegates to change the channel. Monsieur le Président, cette présentation est tirée du rapport du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, portant sur sa 9e session et les activités de suivi détaillées dans le document, comme je le disais, E/ECA/COE/42/92. Au cours de la présentation, je mettrai l'accent sur les résultats et le suivi de la 9e session du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, et je profiterai de l'occasion pour présenter les projets pour la 10e session du Forum. Les objectifs de cette présentation sont donc doubles. Premièrement, informer le comité et vous demander de partager vos perspectives et recommandations sur le rapport et d'accélérer le rythme et l'échelle de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et de l'agenda 2063. Mais également de solliciter vos points de vue et vos contributions à la planification de la 10e session et catalyser votre participation effective à celle-ci. Donc, le Forum régional africain sur le développement durable est mandaté par une résolution de l'Assemblée générale, mais également par une résolution conjointe de la conférence des ministres de la CEA et de la Commission de l'Union africaine, avant le début avant 2015, donc le début des ODD. Bon. C'est un forum qui se tient chaque année pour suivre le progrès et la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et de l'agenda 2063. Ces fonctions spécifiques sont de maintenir un engagement fort pour les deux agendas, suivre la mise en œuvre et le progrès des objectifs fixés par les deux agendas, renforcer les capacités pour mettre en œuvre ces deux agendas en fournissant une plateforme pour échanger, pour apprendre des autres, et pour mettre en avant les bonnes pratiques. Il vise également à mobiliser et à renforcer une approche multipartite et créer des synergies et des efforts concertés pour mettre en œuvre les deux agendas. Il vise également à identifier et à promouvoir des actions transformatives et des leviers et des partenariats afin de guider ce progrès de manière dynamique et engagée. Et enfin, il permet de générer une position africaine commune, portée au Forum de haut niveau sur le développement durable qui se tient chaque année au mois de juillet au siège des Nations Unies, mais également, dans le cadre de la 9e session, d'avoir une position commune par rapport au sommet des ODD qui s'était tenu en septembre 2023. Le forum, la 9e session du FRAD s'est tenue donc à Niamey au mois du 28 février au 2 mars 2023. Il s'est tenu dans un contexte très particulier où les conséquences du changement climatique se font de plus en plus ressentir, notamment au niveau du continent. La guerre en Ukraine, avec ses conséquences également sur ses conséquences inflationnistes, les effets persistants du Covid-19 et bien sûr les conséquences de ces crises sur l'endettement des pays africains. Donc le forum portait sur comment accélérer une approche inclusive et verte dans un cadre de crises multiples, au travers d'une approche intégrée entre les deux agendas. Le forum s'est focalisé sur une revue en profondeur et une analyse des progrès et l'identification des actions à mener pour accélérer la mise en œuvre des ODD 6, 7, 9, 11 et 17, qui sont donc eau, énergie, industrialisation, ville et partenariat, et bien entendu les objectifs correspondants de l'agenda 2063. Ça a permis également, ça a donné une opportunité pour soutenir les pays africains qui menaient leur revue nationale volontaire. L'année dernière, donc en 2023, nous avons eu 7 pays qui sont listés. Cette année, nous en aurons 17. Donc, comme je le disais, cela offre une plateforme aux États membres et aux autres parties prenantes d'apprendre, d'échanger, d'apprendre des autres parties prenantes et des autres États membres, d'échanger sur les bonnes pratiques pour pouvoir accélérer la mise en œuvre des deux agendas. Ça a permis aussi, bien entendu, de développer cette approche commune qui a été présentée, cette position commune, pardon, qui a été présentée lors du forum de haut niveau sur le développement durable en juillet 2023 et lors du sommet sur les ODD en septembre 2023. Le forum s'est caractérisé par un fort engagement multipartite, particulièrement de la part des jeunes. Forte participation et engagement de la part des jeunes, et ce forum a permis l'apprentissage par les pairs et l'échange de bonnes pratiques pour la mise en œuvre des deux agendas. Les pays africains ont convenu que malgré la crise, il est crucial d'atteindre les ODD et les objectifs de l'agenda 2030 en mettant en œuvre des initiatives transformatives. Donc, effectivement, le constat est que les ODD étaient largement pas atteints. La mise en œuvre des ODD était largement en retard, et ce n'est qu'au travers d'initiatives clés qui sont dans la déclaration de Niamey, que je vais présenter juste après ce slide, que les pays africains pourraient atteindre, accélérer et se remettre la mise en œuvre des ODD sur les bons rails. 7 pays africains ont soutenu leur revue volontaire nationale. Et les messages clés qui ont été présentés donc, à New York, ainsi que la déclaration de Niamey, ont permis d'avoir une position très forte sur la manière d'atteindre, de remettre la mise en œuvre des ODD sur les bons rails et la manière d'atteindre cela. Next slide. Très rapidement, quelques messages clés. Afin d'atteindre ces ODD, les pays et les partenaires doivent mettre en œuvre des initiatives transformatives et innovantes, telles que l'initiative de la Grande Muraille Bleue, la Grande Muraille Verte, la zone continentale de libre-échange, le renforcement de la coalition sur une dette durable, l'initiative sur les batteries et les chaînes de valeur des batteries et des véhicules électriques, renforcer et développer un marché régional du carbone, l'initiative 7 sur l'énergie et la transformation digitale. Donc c'est vraiment des initiatives de dimension continentale qui permettraient au pays d'accélérer de manière franche et de manière même innovante la mise en œuvre de ces ODD. Également, dans ces messages clés, on retrouve la nécessité de lier très fortement le problème de la dette avec cette accélération de la mise en œuvre des ODD, notamment mettre en œuvre la proposition et accompagner la proposition du secrétaire général des Nations Unies sur le plan de stimulus pour les ODD et soutenir fortement la réforme du système de l'architecture financière globale. Enfin, accélérer la mise en œuvre des ODD au travers de 6 axes qui sont prioritaires, des axes de transition, qui sont des systèmes alimentaires, l'accès à l'énergie et à un coût abordable, la connectivité numérique, l'éducation, la protection sociale et la création d'emplois, la question du changement climatique, de la perte de biodiversité et de la pollution, donc les trois crises. Nous sommes en train de préparer la 10e session pour la 10e session du FRAD, du Forum régional africain du développement durable. La CEA, conjointement avec le gouvernement de la République d'Égypte, en collaboration avec la Commission de l'Union africaine, la BAD et l'ensemble des agences du système des Nations Unies préparent ce forum qui se tiendra au Caire du 21 au 23 avril 2024. Bien sûr, et ça précédé par une série de pré-événements à partir du 17, qu'ils soient en ligne ou en présentiel à partir du 17 avril. À l'ouverture, il est attendu une participation de très haut niveau, notamment avec le président, son Excellence le président de la République d'Égypte, le chairperson de la Commission de l'Union africaine, la secrétaire générale adjointe des Nations Unies, le secrétaire exécutif de la CEA, le président d'ECOSOC, de la BAD, et ainsi que le président du bureau de la 9e session du FRAD. Le thème de la 10e session porte sur le renforcement des agendas et l'éradication de la pauvreté dans un contexte de crise multiple. Donc il s'agira de voir en détail la mise en œuvre des ODD 1, 2, 13, 16 et 17, donc sur la pauvreté, la sécurité alimentaire, l'action climatique, la gouvernance et bien entendu le partenariat qu'on retrouve chaque année. Il s'agira également de développer des solutions innovatives par rapport à ces ODD-là et mobiliser et générer des inputs, des contributions africaines pour le forum de haut niveau des ODD en 2024. Mais cette année, comme vous le savez, nous avons le sommet du futur qui se tiendra en marge de l'Assemblée générale en septembre 2024. Donc il s'agira aussi d'avoir une position régionale africaine commune pour le sommet du futur. Bien entendu, l'ensemble des parties prenantes seront invitées à contribuer à cette position. Donc, comme vous le savez, ce sommet du futur doit déboucher sur un contrat, un engagement de l'ensemble des pays de la planète pour les prochaines années. Il y aura donc de nombreux événements, mais je vous invite bien entendu à aller sur le site de la CEA, du forum, où vous trouverez plus de détails sur ce forum africain, sur la 10e session du forum africain qui se tiendra en Égypte, et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think there's lots to absorb from this presentation, lots of issues. And I hope participants and delegates have picked on the key issues which are being raised. But the one I'm particularly interested in is the issue on innovative solutions to eradicate poverty. I think this issue has been evasive for Africa. We have seen worsening poverty levels in Africa. And again, I think maybe we can learn from other countries outside the continent how they've managed to move so rapidly in this process of eradicating poverty levels. Here I've been following what is the way China has attacked poverty. I'm not saying let's adopt China's approach, but they've made tremendous progress. There was a report about this progress by the World Bank Group, which is very, very interesting. So I think this is an issue which will be critical going forward as we try and move and eradicate this issue which has been us for too long, where we're seeing numbers increasing rather than decreasing. So I hope the AR FSD 10, we can come up with concrete measures and lessons learned from other countries. But I think there's a lot to be done. I don't envy this program is heavy going, but I hope we have the abilities and capacities to move forward on this area. So, colleagues, can we now open the floor for discussions? Maybe we can do it in batches. We start with the first paper, report, and then so that we can adequately note the issues, and then we can then move on to the next paper until we complete the discussions on the three papers. Then we can break for coffee. So the floor is open for contributions and discussions. Thank you. There is Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, you have the floor. Thank you.
Voilà, merci de me donner la parole. Bonjour à tous. Donc, permettez-moi avant tout de saluer la qualité de la présentation. En tout cas, mon intervention va porter sur la question de la taxation du secteur du numérique. Et j'ai noté avec beaucoup d'appréciation depuis hier que c'est un secteur qui a été noté comme clé dans toutes les interventions, dans notre objectif de transition vers une économie verte, inclusive en Afrique. Alors, d'une part, ce secteur, on l'a noté, il y a une fracture numérique importante. Il y a un potentiel immense offert par les technologies modernes qui sont orientées autour du transport et du traitement intelligent de la donnée. Et il y a néanmoins un besoin de financement important pour pouvoir développer ces réseaux. Alors, nous assistons bien souvent à un secteur qui est perçu, si on va l'imager un peu, comme une vache à lait qu'il faut traire en termes de taxation. Et j'ai entendu un orateur que j'ai apprécié qui disait que s'il fallait le traiter comme un animal, il faudrait voir ce secteur comme un cheval qui doit tirer le carrosse. Alors, l'idée pour moi, ce serait peut-être que, en tout cas, on propose ici qu'il y ait une réflexion qui soit menée sur la taxation de ce secteur. Alors, une taxation intelligente qui est faite parfois dans certains pays dans le cadre de régulation, elle pourrait amener à diminuer potentiellement ces taxations sous réserve d'investissement dans le déploiement des infrastructures dans une première phase. Donc, c'est des pistes d'idées. Nous savons tous que c'est un sujet important. Nos États, nos régions, nos sous-régions ne pourraient pas, avec le niveau d'investissement nécessaire, faire des projets qui permettraient d'adresser totalement la question. Donc, je pense qu'il faudrait pousser, faciliter les choses au secteur privé, ne serait-ce qu'un temps, pour qu'on puisse avoir les infrastructures nécessaires et adapter surtout à nos besoins futurs. Donc, je propose qu'on puisse, dans cette conférence, proposer que des études puissent être adressées aussi sur cette question. Voilà. Merci bien.
Thank you, Burkina. I recognize Senegal.
Bonjour tout le monde. Merci quand même la CIA pour l'opportunité que vous nous donnez de discuter des questions de l'heure, notamment la mobilisation de financement durable. Et je remercie beaucoup la CIA par rapport à son intervention tout à l'heure, et particulièrement par rapport aux avancées qui ont été notées. Et il y a deux qui attirent mon attention et j'aimerais avoir beaucoup plus d'informations par rapport à cela. Il s'agit particulièrement de la conversion de dette. Il est ressorti dans votre intervention que des pays ont été accompagnés. Et là, véritablement, ce que je voudrais savoir, c'est quelles sont concrètement les actions qui ont été menées. Quels projets vous avez pu identifier pour la conversion de ces dettes-là? Est-ce que des financements ont été mobilisés? À quelle hauteur? Ou véritablement, globalement, de manière concrète, par rapport à ce sujet-là, qu'est-ce qui a été fait? Et ma deuxième préoccupation, c'est par rapport à la taxation carbone. C'est vrai que des initiatives existent dans nos pays avec d'autres partenaires. C'est heureux que la CA s'intéresse particulièrement à cette question et indique que des actions ont été menées. Et là encore, on est intéressé de manière concrète par rapport à ce qui est fait. Pour que, vous l'avez dit, il y a besoin de partager les expériences, en tout cas pour aider les pays qui se sont engagés dans ces chantiers-là, d'apprendre des autres, afin d'aller un peu plus vite dans ces sentiers de mobilisation de financement durable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Senegal. Recognize Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We would like to congratulate the achievements of the ECA during this time period that we are evaluating, and we want also to highlight that many of the achievements that were reported are part of what Mozambique has been doing. For instance, in terms of mainstream climate change into our planning and budgeting processes, where we codificate the budget, internal budget that we allocate for climate issue, and specifically we are implementing a strategy for protecting our public financing. considering that climate change impacts a lot in our economic development, but also for our performance of our financing. In terms of innovative funding mobilization process, we also wanted to highlight that we are improving, we are creating the specific regulatory framework for carbon markets. And for this, we are having the support of Africa Carbon Market Initiative, where this process, and also in terms of debit for climate swap, we reached an agreement and we started to implement it with Belgium, evaluating is around 2.5 million US dollars for the debit for climate swaps, but we think that we have more opportunity to engage with other partners, and this is the way that we suggest that many African countries can follow. In terms of energy transition, here I want to highlight that Mozambique launched its strategic energy transition evaluator. This was launched last year. But for this report, what raised the more interest for our part, considering the challenges that we still have, is the capacity of ECA on assisting country to optimize the taxation system. Because here we see challenge and the dilemma, considering that we have a very limited space to green our economy, especially adapting our taxation system. And we think that to collaborate with ECA and learn from other countries would be very important for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mozambique. Quite interesting. I think the debt for nature swaps, this has been an issue. What can we learn from each other? I think there is an opportunity there to learn from Mozambique. Thank you so much for that contribution. I recognize Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Excellent Chairperson, for giving the floor. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the ECA for work well done and welcome the report, the first report of the Executive Secretary on the activity of the Economic Commission for Africa for April 2023 to February 2024. Chairperson, under that we appreciate that ECA, the Economic Commission for Africa, has planned for intervention on activities relating to leveraging technology to modernize statistical system and transform our national economy. However, taking into account the development of science and technology, which foster our digital economy, we urge the Economic Commission for Africa to prioritize capacity building on the area of digital taxation and advocacy on curbing illicit financial flow. Further, Chairperson, as the African member states have adopted the protocol on digital trade, it is imperative to ensure that the issue of data governance and data security is addressed. In this regard, Chairperson, there is a need for the ECA to extend their capacity building program in the area of data governance and data security. We submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. You touch on something close to my heart, illicit financial flows. I think we've done so many studies. I think it's high time we find solution for this aspect, because given the size of the illicit financial flows and their potential as a source of revenue to our governments, I think we need to find now action in terms of what are we going to do, what are we planning, how do we assist countries to reduce illicit financial flows. Studies are done, we know that money is going out. Now I think we need action. I recognize DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je loue vraiment la qualité des travaux, les rapports présentés par la CEE et puis les progrès qu'ils ont accomplis dans différents domaines, surtout dans la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Et à la lumière de ce qui vient d'être dit, j'ai quelques préoccupations. Nous avons quelques préoccupations. Que devons-nous faire pour améliorer l'accès au financement innovant du continent? La deuxième question, quels sont les outils et modèles de financement innovants adaptés dans les réalités africaines? Et ensuite, sur la troisième préoccupation, quel serait le cadre de facilitation de ces financements? Voilà les quelques préoccupations que j'avais à dire, mais néanmoins, je voudrais dire que dans le cadre de l'architecture financière mondiale, la construction d'une nouvelle architecture financière mondiale doit donc faire partie d'un plan et d'un processus de changement de l'ordre économique mondial plus large. À ce titre, les systèmes financiers et bancaires mondiaux doivent être remaniés de fond en comble et transformés pour combattre, éradiquer la pauvreté efficacement et à long terme. Ces systèmes ne peuvent devenir juste équitables à moins que les ordres sociaux et économiques dont ils émanent et qu'ils soutiennent sur le marché mondial par la privatisation, la déréglementation, la libération, quels que soient les coûts socio-économiques et écologiques. Monsieur le Président, je crois que malgré la rhétorique des dirigeants du monde sur la création d'une nouvelle architecture financière mondiale, il n'y a pratiquement aucune tentative sérieuse de réglementer les flux de capitaux spéculatifs internationaux mondiaux et les investissements financiers privés à grande échelle. La plupart des pays du Sud restent massivement endettés et dépendants des flux d'aide provenant des pays du Nord et des institutions financières internationales. Lors de la dernière crise mondiale, au lieu d'imposer une discipline aux firmes, aux institutions financières, au système bancaire responsable de la crise, les gouvernements du Nord, menés par leurs congénères, ont déversé certains millions de dollars pour tirer d'affaires. Plutôt que de réglementer le capital financier, le G20 a augmenté les pouvoirs du Fonds monétaire international, de la Banque mondiale et d'autres institutions financières internationales qui servent les intérêts des capitals privés. Voilà les préoccupations que j'avais, les préoccupations que la RDC devrait soulever pendant ces interventions et nous félicitons surtout les travaux réalisés au 9e forum sur le développement durable qui s'est tenu à Niamey. Nous avons dit et nous vous remercions. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you, DRC. I think the Secretariat has noted your concerns, which are valid and need to be addressed. Thank you. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving our delegation this opportunity to share our thoughts. Chair, we listened very carefully and would like to thank the presenters for giving us very informative presentations. Now, we were just looking at the presentation on taxation in digital sector, and we are trying to ask ourselves that we are aware that the WTO has imposed a moratorium on the imposition of customs duty on electronic transmissions since 1998. And we were just trying to find out how the ECA is dealing with the compatibility issues with the member states on the WTO obligations. We are further aware that that moratorium is renewed almost yearly, and we recall that at the ministerial conference in 2022 in Geneva, it was again renewed. So we are just trying to find out how ECA is helping us as member states on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. We have online intervention from Nagla Nozahi from Egypt Central Bank. Can we connect, please?
Good morning, Excellency. This is from the delegation of Egypt. We have three back-to-back interventions from MFA and Central Bank and then Ministry of Finance. So I will start from my side. First of all, we'd like to thank very much the presenter for his presentation and for the comprehensive presentation that he has presented to us. And just as an information note, we would like to confirm our hosting of the upcoming African Sustainable Development Forum in Cairo during the period 21 to 23 April 2024, and to inform as well the esteemed participants that we will be holding an African summit on the margins of the African Sustainable Development Forum, to be as well followed up by the 4th edition of the Aswan Forum on Sustainable Development and Peace. One last remark from my side, Excellency Chair, is maybe to mention to the Secretariat that we have received a couple of days ago an email with the wrong dates for the African Sustainable Development Forum. So we kindly request if this can be rectified from the Secretariat side. I will now give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Nagla from the Central Bank of Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like first to congratulate ECA for excellent work. For the excellent work, and the presenter for comprehensive presentation. First of all, I would like to chasalize the importance of developing financial market of African countries and the connected among African stock market. It's not only close the financial gap for Africa, but also it promoting transparency and accountability. Africa can formulate more sound economic policy and would allow them to foster a stable environment that encourage investment and saving. National authority in Africa will be able to address poor governance in all of its forms: corruption, inefficiency, transparency, use of public resource, and official lack of accountability. By prioritizing board interest over specific or vested ones, moreover, African countries should work on spreading powers of factors of the fiscal and monetary policy, calling for independency of central banks in Africa. Thank you.
Can we confirm that's they'd said there are 3 speakers from Egypt? In the meantime, Maybe I'll ask Said to quickly respond to some of the issues, and then we can move on to the comments on the second report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I would like to thank the distinguished delegates for your questions, comments, and observations. For the observations and the comments, we've noted them. But to specific questions, I will respond to some, and I will also invite my colleagues who are working on the subject matter to also respond to others so that you can get more detailed responses to your questions. Chair, on the issue of the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan, and how do we ensure that we are able to monitor progress on the second 10-year implementation plan? ECA worked very closely with the African Union in terms of the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan, and the result that came out of that is that the level of implementation was not even across all the flagship projects. For some, like the CFTA, there was remarkable progress. For others, the performance was below average. So it's a mixed bag. And part of the challenges identified in that process was about the domestication of the Agenda 2063 national development plans. That in quite a number of member states, these were not domesticated. And to that extent, they were not implemented the way the first 10-year plan should have been implemented. So that's why, like I said earlier on, EC has been working very closely with our member states to ensure that both Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 are domesticated in our national development plans, and we're able to follow up with implementation. But fast-tracking to the second 10-year implementation plan, Chair, we are working with the African Union and the AUDA NEPAD to develop a robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure that we do not drop the ball and to ensure that we're able to track progress and review progress in terms of the implementation of the second 10-year plan. Like Nassim mentioned, my colleague seated on my right, we're also exploring the possibility of having the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development as a platform to also measure progress in terms of Agenda 2063, particularly the second 10-year implementation plan. So, and that will be within the context of two agendas, one framework. So it's not only the SDGs that we monitor in progress, we'll also be monitoring progress in terms of Agenda 2063. We have virtually the same member states. We report to the same heads of state. So to that extent, we should have a single platform in terms of how we monitor progress. On the issue of debt restructuring and the G20 in particular, I will defer to Anan Mosi, our Deputy Executive Secretary, in charge of programs. He's been leading this initiative to respond to that. On the issue of digital taxation, I will say a few words and also invite my colleague, Maktar, who has been working on this. EC has conducted a study in this regard, and our finding is that the net benefit in terms of lowering tax on the digital sector far outweighs the tax that will accrue from that sector. That it's an enabler, and it creates multiplier effect on the economy. We're still conducting more studies. We have not finalized that. We're still looking at the experiences of countries in that regard, and I will invite my colleague Maktar to come in and talk about this. On debt nature swap, Mozambique talked about the experience. We also supported Cape Verde, and Cape Verde was able to make significant progress in terms of debt for nature swap. We can work with you. I think that's Benin. We can work with you in terms of supporting you in this regard to be able to do this. On illicit financial flows, ECA has been working very intensively in this area. In fact, the high-level panel on illicit financial flows, the Mbeki panel, the famous Mbeki panel, was established by ECA, in which we brought the issue of illicit financial flow on the continent to global attention in terms of how much resources Africa was losing through illicit financial flows. What we are doing currently, two things that we're doing, and I also invite a colleague of mine to speak to that. One is about measuring. You cannot fix what you don't know. You can't fix it. countries must be able to measure in terms of the extent of resource outflow through illicit financial flows from their countries, and identify the various, concretely the various sources, because there are several channels of illicit flows, in terms of the specific experiences of countries. So we're looking into that. We've also worked very intensively on the International Tax Corporation that was recently put in place. I think that was in December in New York, and ECA played a major role in that, working with the Africa group in New York, preparing the technical paper, supporting them. It was a very big battle to get that particular tax convention in place. And the next step would be, how do we work with our member states and also the UN Secretariat in terms of the implementation of that. What do we do to increase access to innovative financing? We spoke about a few. I think apart from the state financing, financing from the public sector, I think it's important for us to look at the private sector. How do we improve our domestic capital markets? How do we make them a very important hub of financing? And we've been working with countries on that. We also talked about the climate-related financing that is taking place. And we think that it's extremely important to improve our domestic resource mobilization through expanding our production base, because that's extremely important. Again, I will invite a colleague of mine who heads our macroeconomic policy division to speak to that. Chair, with your permission, let me go straight to invite some of the colleagues who will speak to the specifics of this issue. And Mosi, you want to say?
If they could be very brief, because we need to cover two more papers. Thank you.
Gives the floor to me. Thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, I've talked yesterday regarding the issue of common framework and the type of reforms that we've been advocating and working on building consensus among ministers of finance in terms of what are the key asks and amplifying it at a global stage. So we've highlighted the key areas of reform there, and this will be greatly supported now with the African Union having a chair at the G20. So this will be one of the core areas of focus to advance, and also there is significant interest from the Brazilian G20 in that issue. So we have a critical momentum to actually progress in this regard. The issue of digital taxation, we will have later a presentation during the conference on it. There is no one-size-fits-all, is what I can say. It depends on the issues of, what are the impediments for penetration and of internet penetration and access and so on. That differs from a country to a country, depending on the specifics and initial conditions. Is there enough competition in the sector to lower prices? Issues of infrastructure. So there is a lot that need to be considered in determining what is the best action. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maktar, are you in the room?
Yeah.
Yes. Maktar, can you?
I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think the issue of taxation of the digital sector is very important for the African development. As you know, since COVID, the world become digital. And we expect for Africa to get $180 billion by 2025 for this digital economy. It is the reason why we have conducted this study in 6 countries, and we have seen quite interesting result when we optimize this taxation. This optimizing taxation in the digital sector provides a lot of opportunity in terms of connectivity, increasing connectivity, increasing job creation, as well as increasing GDP. We are going to present this study on Monday during the roundtable on digital technology. And we have seen if a country can optimize this taxation with also a sound regulation, it will be a lot of benefits for the continent, and the continent will be ready for the fair industrial revolution. The delegate of Uganda highlight very important issue regarding the WTO for the digital trade tax. ECA will support African countries also to develop a framework to assess and monitor the impact of tax and applicable policy on the economy. This framework also will take into consideration for taxing the digital trade goods as we are implementing the AfCFTA. It is very sensitive question for Africa, and ECA will work with all African countries to support them to get better benefits of this taxation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam or Gamal, will you like to speak to our work on illicit financial flows? Adam, are you there?
Thank you. Very briefly, we in ECA continue to work with partners on fighting illicit financial flows. And the work has actually brought together partners from all over Africa, of course, including African Union and African Tax Forum and other institutions. And the work on illicit financial flows culminated in papers, technical papers that supported Africa Group in New York to negotiate the global framework for tax cooperation. And as you all know, that framework was endorsed by the General Assembly with 125 developing countries voting in its favor. And we will be organizing a side event on this Saturday here on the issue of global tax cooperation framework. And this is very critical, as Saeed mentioned, for us in Africa. We need new norms that really give us more space to fight tax evasion, tax avoidance, and all sorts of illicit financial flows. And I think we are in the right direction, but the fight, I think, will continue until the conference on the fourth International Conference on Financing Development, which will be organized next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam, Chair. And last, I would like to call on Stephen Karingi to speak about the issue of the WTO raised by Uganda.
Thank you very much, Said. And I think the question that was asked by Ambassador of Uganda on the WTO moratorium is actually we are hoping to see what comes out of the meeting as they close today. I think it's still tilting towards the extension of the moratorium, unless something has happened that I'm not aware in the last 48 hours. My sense to this question, because you asked what ECA is doing, I think DES Hanan has talked to it. Makta has talked to it. My view, okay, my thinking is that we need to look at this question of this digital taxation in the context also of the negotiations that are going to happen in New York under the UN, and even the issues that are arising about carbon tax. I think we need to have at least one platform where all these things are discussed. As it were today, you have conversations on taxation in OECD, you have conversations related to this moratorium in WTO, Then you have the UN, and then you have the issue of the carbon tax coming up. So at the moment, I think as ECA, what we need to do is to look at all these things in totality, and I think that's the point that DES Hanan was making before we really can be able to speak authoritatively. The moratorium question came many years back. Now we have the carbon tax, and we already have these carbon border adjustment mechanisms that the delegation of Egypt raised yesterday. And we need to have a good grasp of all these issues, even as the UN leads these negotiations. So in my view, I think the UN should be the one that is leading all these conversations, rather than having all these side conversations that are making things look so confusing. So I don't think I've given you a right answer, Ambassador, because we need to have a full grasp of all these issues because they are related. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, Chair. We've taken note of all the other comments working more on data governance and data security. My colleague, the director of our Data and Statistics Division, is not here. He's in New York attending a meeting, but we shall convey this and we shall note this in the proceedings of the meeting. So on that note, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Said, and your team and colleagues for the responses. I was going to move to the second paper, given the timelines we have. There is Egypt on the online. Again, if they could be brief, so that we move to the second and third paper before we break for coffee. Is Egypt online now?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will just be very brief. I would like just to thank the Secretariat for the work done on the presenting of the reports, as well as in preparing the reports. I just have a very brief comment when it comes to the integrated planning and reporting tool. As we understand from the presentation and the report, there have been a number of countries that have been benefiting from such a tool. So we'd like to know from the Secretariat, how do they intend to make sure to mainstream this kind of tool, so it helps us as well to make sure that our national planning is pretty much aligned to the two agendas of 2030 as well as the Africa 2063, to make sure that also we are able to report on this progress meet and also to be able to assess how can we even improve in the areas where they are still lagging behind. I would like to thank you very much.
Do we have the second person to ask questions or contribute from Egypt? Ahmad Anaki. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the very interesting contributions. I think the issues have been well noted, and thank you so much. Can we move to the second?
Chair, just a very quick one. Egypt, we've taken note of your interests in the IPRT, and my colleagues are here. We will certainly liaise with you to see how ECA can support Egypt on this.
Is Egypt still on? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I hope that you can hear me. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
We can hear you. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to thank you for the way I'm honored chairing our meeting. And Mr. Chair, very briefly, I just want to thank and congratulate UNACA for the effort carried out over the last year and encourage them to continue the good work. Also, Mr. Chair, I want to recognize the work in supporting the work of Sustainable Debt Coalition, which has been announced on the Finance Day on the margin of COP27 held in Egypt Mr. I also urge all African member states to join the coalition, and we still, as Egypt Ministry of Finance, waiting for the positive response for the letter sent from His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Maït, Arab Republic of Egypt Minister of Finance, for to all the finance ministers, and we really hope to hear a positive response from them. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
To come in, please go ahead. Okay, if there's none, then we continue. Now, looking at the second paper, this is the report on the follow-up of the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Again, I think this was a straightforward paper on the resolutions and what has been happening. We note the 13 resolutions adopted and also the 10 which have been implemented, and the 3 which we are also noting that there was no ECA action required. Are there any comments from the floor on the second presentation on the resolutions? Good. I was hoping there would be none. Thank you. On the third report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, can we have comments? If we can also be very brief and concise in our interventions. Thank you. Floor is open. Burkina Faso, please come in.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je voudrais féliciter donc, le communicateur pour la clarté donc, de sa présentation. Et je voudrais juste faire quelques suggestions. Comme il s'agit donc de trouver des solutions pour donc, accélérer la mise en œuvre, donc l'atteinte des objectifs des ODD. Et je voudrais proposer donc nous voyons dans quelle mesure nous pouvons améliorer ou renforcer les capacités des scientifiques, les capacités de prévision et de réponse adéquate aux phénomènes et catastrophes liés au changement climatique. Parce que l'Afrique est vraiment beaucoup touchée par les questions de sécheresse, d'inondations et autres. Nous devrions avoir un mécanisme de prévision de ces phénomènes-là. Et je pense que ce n'est pas impossible. Si les scientifiques du domaine se mettent à la tâche, nous pouvons, au plan africain, prévoir ces événements-là et éviter les catastrophes. La deuxième proposition que je voulais faire, c'est par rapport à l'évaluation de la contribution de nos ressources, soit à la sécurité alimentaire ou à l'économie nationale. Comme quelqu'un le disait tout à l'heure, on ne peut pas bien maîtriser ce qu'on ne mesure pas efficacement. Je prends l'exemple des produits forestiers non liés. Quelqu'un en parlait hier. Voilà des produits qui sont de chez nous, des produits locaux, qui contribuent à plus d'un titre à la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Mais jusque-là, au plan africain, je ne pense pas qu'il y ait un mécanisme adéquat d'évaluation de la contribution de ces produits-là à la sécurité alimentaire, à la sécurité nutritionnelle et même à la contribution à l'économie. Donc, il serait intéressant qu'au plan africain, nous développions ces mécanismes-là. C'est vrai que dans chaque pays, peut-être, il y a un système de collecte de données statistiques sur l'exploitation, la transformation, la commercialisation de ces produits-là. Mais je suis sûr que c'est des systèmes encore à revoir. Donc pourquoi ne pas mettre en place une équipe au plan africain pour réfléchir sur comment évaluer donc, ces différentes contributions-là. Et c'est quand on connaîtra ce qu'on possède et le gap à rechercher qu'on pourra trouver les meilleures solutions pour recouvrer ces gaps-là. Merci bien, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Burkina. Any other contributions? Oh, Zimbabwe. After Zimbabwe, DRC, Congo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. After listening to the experiences by different countries around mobilization of climate financing, I was just wondering whether it would help the continent if ECA, for example, were to help the continent develop a common green bond framework, a common carbon trading framework, which would then make it easier for both African institutional investors and international investors. Because currently they are faced with diverse regulatory frameworks in these areas, which really makes it difficult for them to scale up their investments towards climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. DRC, Congo.
Merci, Président, pour la parole. Comme a dit précédemment les autres intervenants, merci pour la qualité du rapport que nous louons à juste titre. Mais nous avons juste une petite proposition. Nous espérons que cela va être d'une grande utilité. Nous rentrons chaque année venir nous plaindre de l'augmentation du taux de la pauvreté en Afrique. Alors, comme nous voulons résoudre ces problèmes au niveau continental, nous suggérons que nous puissions avoir une liste des actions transformatrices vraiment au niveau continental avec des indicateurs et aussi des critères de suivi. Comme ça, prochainement, quand on vient discuter sur des bases qui sont mesurables, qui sont smart, au lieu d'avoir des théories et quelques investissements ou quelques programmes isolés où on dit oui, les batteries, ceci, mais quels sont les critères pour pouvoir suivre? Et quand on reviendra prochainement, on peut dire que voilà, cette action a été atteinte à tel et à tel pourcentage. Merci.
Thank you, Congo, DRC Congo. I think you're raising a fundamental issue to say the issue of monitoring. How do we monitor all these programs, etc., measuring success and so forth. But for me, again, I'm emphasizing the issue of action plans with monitoring mechanisms, with timed activities, etc., and the targets. I think we have been discussing this for a while now, and I'm sure the Secretariat is noting this issue. But thank you so much for that contribution. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. La Côte d'Ivoire souhaiterait rebondir sur et apporter un élément additif sur la question de l'alignement des plans nationaux de développement sur les agendas 2030 et 2063. Je voudrais rappeler que la Côte d'Ivoire a réussi parfaitement l'alignement de son plan national de développement sur ces deux agendas. Cependant, la question qu'on devrait se poser est de savoir si l'ensemble des pays ici présents disposent d'un plan national de développement. C'est de faire un point de ceux qui n'en disposent pas, en vue de les aider dans leur élaboration, qui se fera de façon à intégrer les agendas internationaux, notamment celui des ODD et de l'agenda 2063. Et pour les pays qui disposent de plans nationaux de développement, c'est de faire en sorte qui disposent de plans nationaux de développement, mais qui ne sont pas alignés sur les agendas. La CEA devra mettre en place un mécanisme de partage d'expérience en vue de permettre aussi à ces pays de pouvoir aligner leurs plans sur les deux agendas, notamment l'agenda 2030 et l'agenda 2063. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, Benin, can you have your contributions, please?
Ok, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'ai voulu prendre la parole en complément à ce que le délégué de la Côte d'Ivoire a dit. Pour tout ce qui a été présenté juste là, ce que nous avons observé, même quand nous passons par la mise en œuvre, le suivi des activités du secrétariat exécutif, quand nous passons par le suivi de la mise en œuvre des résolutions, on a noté qu'il n'y a pas une mesure de toutes ces interventions. C'est vrai que quand vous voyez un peu les résolutions, on a indiqué des progrès qui ont été réalisés, des activités qui ont été menées, mais est-ce que véritablement on est allé jusqu'au bout de cela? Donc il faudra un cas de mesure pour apprécier cela. Le deuxième point, c'est par rapport à ce qu'il a dit, à l'alignement des différents documents de planification sur les orientations autant régionales qu'internationales. Et le Bénin, je pourrais vous dire que nous nous inscrivons dans cette logique. Et pour la nouvelle, je crois qu'en 2018, on avait bénéficié de l'appui de la CEA pour l'élaboration d'un plan national de développement et qui doit conduire à la formulation de la nouvelle vision du Bénin. Et dans cette perspective, à partir de l'accompagnement que nous avons eu, nous avons pu réaliser cette année l'adoption de la loi cadre sur la planification et qui nous impose désormais de mieux encadrer notre processus de système de planification. Et pour l'année 2025, nous devons, conformément à cette loi, disposer de la vision 2060, la prochaine vision du Bénin. Et à ce titre, il faudrait que concrètement, dans les activités à venir, dans le cadre du renforcement du cadre de planification des États, voir dans quelle mesure est-ce que vous nous accompagnez davantage dans ce processus et que, in fine, les différentes actions que nous menons s'inscrivent dans la lignée des orientations au niveau continental. Vous avez soulevé également un point, déjà depuis hier, le président l'a bien soulevé, vous avez dit, votre mandat, c'est un mandat d'action. Un mandat d'action, et donc, ce n'est plus la théorie. Tous ces rapports qu'on réalise, toutes ces études que nous réalisons de façon concrète, il faudrait qu'on ait la possibilité, à travers une autre synthèse, ou bien d'avoir des rapports synthèse, de présenter tout cela, parce qu'il y a un travail énorme qui est fait, mais on n'a pas l'information sur les données, on n'a pas l'information sur ces différentes études, alors que les différents pays peuvent capitaliser cela, et donc qu'on les exploite au mieux, qu'on partage l'information, qu'on les exploite au mieux, et que véritablement, au terme de ces études, qu'on voit au terme d'une phase pilote comment nous organisons des projets d'action de façon concrète pour que les États bénéficient de cela. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Benin. And with the note of action time, can we break for coffee and tea? Thank you. We come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, there is some eagerness to come in from our colleague up here. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are a couple of questions addressed. I will start with the honorable delegate from Egypt who asked the question during the first round about the dates on the website. I checked on it has been corrected. So this is done. And now, on the question from Burkina Faso, pour la question du Burkina Faso sur l'amélioration des capacités de prévision et de catastrophes, la CEA travaille sur cela depuis quelques années déjà, notamment au travers d'un mandat qui nous a été donné par les chefs d'État lors du sommet de l'Union africaine en 2009, la création de ClimDev Africa, qui est une initiative conjointe de la CEA, de l'Union africaine, la Commission de l'Union africaine et de la BAD, et dont la CEA assure le secrétariat au travers de son Centre africain des politiques climatiques. Dans ce cadre-là, la première phase de ClimDev visait à mettre en place un système d'amélioration de l'information climatique, justement pour fournir ces informations à nos États membres, mais en même temps développer la partie recherche que vous avez mentionnée, très important effectivement, au travers de l'initiative Recherche pour le climat, nous renforçons le réseau des chercheurs africains pour que cette information soit produite sur le continent. Il est très important que nous maîtrisions notre narratif climatique en produisant aussi l'information climatique sur le continent. Mais au-delà de ça, comme l'a souligné notamment l'honorable délégué du Bénin, pour passer à l'action, nous, la CEA, aussi mobilisons des financements. Hier, nous avons parlé des difficultés qu'avaient nos pays à accéder au fonds vert pour le climat, GCF. Là aussi, nous avons commencé par des actions très concrètes. Nous avons commencé par la Commission climat des îles africaines, dont les États membres avaient du mal à accéder à ces financements climatiques, et particulièrement pour renforcer leur capacité de early warning systems, leur capacité de prévention et d'information climatique par rapport aux prévisions et catastrophes naturelles. Donc là, nous avons la CEA avec cette commission climat qui est présidée par les Seychelles et avec les 9 États membres africains de cette commission climat des îles africaines, nous avons décidé de faire une requête collective. La CEA a fait au nom de ces 9 États membres cette requête collective auprès du GCF. Nous avons atteint la dernière phase de validation de cette requête et nous allons très bientôt, je parle de semaines, d'ici 2-3 semaines, pouvoir annoncer ce financement pour renforcer les capacités des États membres, pour mettre en place au niveau institutionnel ce qu'il faut dans les États membres pour renforcer leur capacité de prévision par rapport aux catastrophes naturelles. Bien sûr, cet effort va être poursuivi avec les autres commissions climat, les 2 autres commissions climat qui existent, mais également l'objectif est d'atteindre l'ensemble de nos pays, de pouvoir les équiper aussi bien institutionnellement qu'en matière de ressources et de moyens pour pouvoir faire face à ces questions-là. On the question from the honorable delegate from Zimbabwe on the climate financing, indeed, ECA, under the honorable delegate from Egypt, has mentioned the SDC, the Sustainable Debt Coalition, launched by Egypt during the COP27. ECA is hosting the temporary secretariat for this SDC, and this is supporting is putting in place this framework that you were mentioning to facilitate, to exchange first information and experience between the member states, but also to facilitate debt management and all these dimensions. But in addition, you were mentioning about your question about carbon trading framework. ECA is working within the SDC, within this Sustainable Debt Coalition, but also through the climate commissions, working at the regional level to have to put in place these frameworks. Indeed, the countries could go individually through ACME on the put in place the regulatory framework for carbon for this activation plan for carbon trading, but we are still facing this issue of the race to the bottom, having price on the carbon voluntary market very low prices. What ECA is doing is to put in place regional frameworks and ultimately a continental framework to have an integrated carbon market, African carbon market. So we started with the Climate Commission for the Congo Basin. This is in place. We have standardized protocols, but also a regional registry. We are now doing it with the Climate Commission for islands, for African island states, So, and step by step, we are building these different regional components for a full integrated continental market on carbon. Nous avons très bien noté les demandes de la RDC sur la liste des actions transformatrices en matière de réduction de la pauvreté, notamment sur notre division genre, pauvreté, protection sociale, travaille beaucoup sur la multidimensionnalité de la pauvreté, mais lors du Forum africain du développement durable qui se tiendra au Caire du 21 au 23 avril, nous aurons l'occasion effectivement d'aller très en profondeur sur ces questions-là et pouvoir aborder cette question de comment mettre en place un listing, un suivi de ces actions transformatives. Enfin, pour les questions de la Côte d'Ivoire et le Bénin sur ça, ceci nous ramène à l'initiative IPRT. So, je vais peut-être laisser la parole à mon collègue Bartholomew. Bart, if he's here, he could address this question of IPRT. I don't know if he's there. Huh? I saw him there.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
So what EC is doing on IPRT to integrate the two agendas and also to integrate in relation with the national development plans?
Yes, yeah, thanks for the question. ECA has been supporting countries to integrate their national development plans to the Agenda 2063, as well as to Agenda 2030, and recently we've also added the Doha Program of Actions. And we've supported about 34 countries. This support is provided upon request by countries. Recently we are going to focus on some of the Lusophone countries to support them in that respect. One of the things that we have noticed, though, that we can share in terms of experiences is that countries spend quite a bit of resources to develop these national development plans. But an area that I think they need more support is how to track them. The data in terms of tracking has not been very consistent, which then undermines the investment that has been put in developing those plans. So we're looking forward to supporting them in that area. And also related to that is that we don't find a very consistent link between the plan and the financing of those plans in terms of resource allocations. The IPRT does have a module that helps countries align their budgets as well to the National Development Plan. So we're encouraging countries to take advantage of this module so that we have a really truly integrated approach to planning that takes into account the links to the budget as well as the links to the international commitments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses. I think we can break for coffee. Let's come back at 10 past 10. 11, sorry. Thanks.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last Conference of Ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last Conference of Ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary-General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers,
colleagues,
the
can
world
we
has fallen deeper
call
into
our meeting
economic
to order?
fragility, climate
Thank you. We have three statutory issues or reports to look at now in this session 5. We have a report of the sub-regional intergovernmental committees of senior officials and experts, their sessions, which is being introduced by Director of Sub-Regional Office for West Africa, ECA, Ngone Diop. And could I have the two other presenters also, Eunice Kamwendo and Robert Lisinge, come up to the podium, please, so that we move quickly. Thank you. Does it change?
Bonjour. J'ai le plaisir, Excellence, Monsieur le Président, membre du bureau, Excellence, Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif adjoint de la CIA et Madame la secrétaire exécutive adjointe, distingués délégués, tout protocole dûment observé. J'ai le plaisir de partager avec vous l'économie des rapports de la réunion des comités intergouvernementaux, des officiels et experts des bureaux sous-régionaux pour l'Afrique, pour la CIA. Et je voudrais d'emblée, Monsieur le Président, avec votre autorisation, inviter mes collègues, ils sont déjà là, mon collègue de l'Afrique centrale, Jean-Luc Namake, qui est le directeur du bureau sous-régional pour l'Afrique centrale, ma collègue Mama Keita, directrice du bureau sous-régional pour l'Afrique de l'Est, ma collègue Susanna Chouazi, directrice du bureau sous-régional pour l'Afrique du Nord, enfin ma collègue Eunice Kawande, directrice du bureau de l'Afrique australe. Distingués délégués, cette présentation fait l'économie de ces rapports, comme je l'ai dit. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer en revue certains éléments saillants de ces rapports. Next. D'abord, je voudrais juste mettre en évidence les différentes dates et les thèmes. Next. Ces réunions se sont passées entre octobre et novembre. Next. Et grosso modo, ça s'est passé d'une manière assez novatrice parce que depuis l'année dernière, la CIA a essayé d'adopter une approche qui permet aux bureaux régionaux d'organiser des réunions conjointes de leurs comités intergouvernementaux. En l'occurrence, le bureau de l'Afrique du Nord et le bureau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest ont organisé conjointement leur comité intergouvernemental. Next. On dirait que ça ne passe pas, mais je vais continuer pour ne pas perdre de temps. Et le thème, c'était sur, la transition énergétique et également sur la transition en tout ce qui concerne nous pour pouvoir assurer l'insécurité alimentaire aux fins d'accélérer la réalisation des ODD. Vous le voyez sur le tableau, je vais faire fi de ça pour vraiment gagner du temps. Nos deux bureaux, en l'occurrence le bureau pour l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Est, ont également co-organisé leur comité intergouvernemental sur un thème très saillant qui est vraiment d'essayer autant que faire se peut de promouvoir leur région de manière attractive comme source vraiment de développement durable, etc. Et le bureau d'Afrique australe avait organisé seul, s'appesantissant sur pouvoir maximiser les potentiels de la ZLECAf et bien entendu utilisant les IT comme vraiment un facteur catalyseur. Ces réunions que voilà ont attiré plus de 100 participants, ce qui démontre une fois de plus l'engagement de nos États membres, mais également l'intérêt qu'ils ont dans le travail de la CIA. Sans plus tarder, je voudrais mettre en évidence certains des éléments saillants, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure. Un premier élément saillant, parce qu'il s'agit de réunions statutaires, et en l'occurrence, il y a eu l'élection de nouveaux bureaux. Comme vous le voyez ici et sur l'écran, nous avons le nouveau bureau donc, pour l'Afrique centrale, nous avons le nouveau bureau pour l'Afrique de l'Est, les pays sont là, le nouveau bureau pour l'Afrique du Nord, nouveau bureau également pour l'Afrique australe et enfin pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Une chose, c'est de pouvoir réunir tous nos États membres. Une autre chose, c'est également de pouvoir discuter des questions statutaires. En l'occurrence, il y avait des rapports tout à fait importants dont l'essence avait été mise en avant tout à l'heure et hier. Et ces rapports s'articulaient au niveau des conditions macroéconomiques, socio-économiques de ces différentes régions, mais également le rapport d'étape en termes de progrès réalisés par nos différents pays, par nos différentes régions, ce qui concerne la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. Mais également, il y a les rapports des différents bureaux et toutes ces informations en détail, vous les trouverez dans ces documents. Je vous fais grâce de ces détails pour pouvoir donner le temps aux différentes discussions. Un élément important, c'est effectivement comment nos différents bureaux ont pu articuler certaines questions importantes de développement pour répondre au mieux aux préoccupations de nos États membres. Et vous avez vu les différents rapports qui viennent de passer, les rapports sur l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de l'ELECAF, les rapports sur comment utiliser au mieux les différents facteurs, catalyseurs, pour que nos pays puissent accélérer le développement, la diversification économique et partant le développement durable. I'm going now to turn into English, and I think it's quite important to address some of the silent and structural but emerging issues our countries are facing. I'm not going to go into the detail because, as I said, they already have been tackled, but for the purpose of this meeting, I would just highlight few of them. The macroeconomic condition. It goes without saying, and we know it, that our country are facing volatile macroeconomic. And we know they are making effort in terms of, generating positive economic growth. You can see, we saw it yesterday with Adam's presentation. Stefan has alluded to it, 5% and 3.6% for West Africa. Eastern Africa is doing quite well. But before you have variation within countries, but always we see that such economic growth is still below what is needed to be able to enhance the living condition, to be able to really address poverty and so on. Another very critical issue is the debt burden distress, as we know. And we know that there are many negative implications, negative externalities. We know when countries are faced with very high debt, 60% to GDP, 65 and so on and so forth, it actually brings to the fore the very critical issue of being, this trade-off between saving the debt and also allocating enough resources to the social sector. So the shrinking of the fiscal space and the shrinking of the policy space are critical policy issues that require policy responses, and they do have critical policy implications, which my colleagues, again, have alluded to. You have the detail for countries, and you also have the detail in terms of the regional landscape. Regional landscape, when it comes to SDG progress, you can see it, we are not there yet. And it's very understandable because our country are still facing the implication, the negative impact of COVID, but the other crisis, what we call the multiple crises, name it, the COVID-19, but you have the Ukraine war, you have this whole geopolitics and geostrategies, and all the kind of global economic landscape. And the fact that we have very low economic still diversification makes our economies and our country fragile, but not less. Climate change is really having daunting, we said it. I will not again repeat all that, but just to tell you from the regional point of view, we deep dive all that with a view to addressing them, but with a view to learning from each other, with a view to learning from, different kind of approaches, different kind of paradigm, and coming up with a paradigm shift that is articulated around really the clarion call of economic diversification. And ECA has been doing enormous work, as we said this morning. The clarion call of investing in social development, to building the social contract, to building the social compact, with a view to addressing those factors that really are excluding key segment of the population. But how are we responding to that? All that are in the report. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to highlight few of them. Of course, all the regions have been doing enormous work and have been achieving enormous results, impactful for our member state. Let me flag some of them next. Here you will have, for example, Eastern Africa has been working with member states to supporting them, to unlocking and harnessing, the blue economy. Blue economy is a key sector for structural transformation, economic diversification, and sustainable development. They have been doing magic. They have been supporting them in terms of even satellite account of a thing and be able to measure them. We're talking about measure and measuring them as well, measuring also some key wells. The continent is under with tourism, satellite tour, and so on and so forth. But you also have for Eastern Africa and Southern Africa, this regional program of value chain, what we call electric battery, is a critical one. I think it's one of the flagship regional programs that ECA would like to scale up. We have many more regional kind of program, value chain, which really speak to the issue of the paradox of the plenty, with a view to really harnessing our capital, harnessing our natural resources, harnessing our mineral resources, and making sure that Africa has a space be at the forefront of the economic landscape and the trading. And you can see here, the industrial park we talked about this morning as well is something that is going on in a very concrete way. The whole idea is for us to continue sharing with you, but scaling up, bringing more countries together. When it comes to also North Africa, they are doing extremely good job in terms of making sure that countries really invest in resource mobilization, domestic mobilization, innovative one, bringing the private sector. By the way, all the regions are doing so as well, but I'm just flagging some of the silent one by region. When it comes to West Africa, addressing the demographic structure is an imperative. As you know, I mean, we have very young population, all Africa, but when you come to West Africa, you can see when you use our national transfer account that a lot needs to be done to invest in the 4 dimensions of demographic dividend, that is education, health, economic governance, but also very productive and employment. So what do we do from the macroeconomic point of view? From the economic point of view, we bring what we call the economic of demographic dividend. We're shaping our niche to bring value addition with a view to supporting our member state to really take the dimension of demographic dividend as key variable of economic analysis, but as key also element and condition for effective resource allocation and policies and so on and so forth. We are very happy to report that so far member states are responding so well, reiterating their commitment to invest in harnessing demographic dividend, and in so doing, Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Senegal are really from the forefront. We have been engaging with ministries of finance and economic planning, and the work is continuing. because we even have this kind of estimation of the budget elasticity, and the same thing will be done in another regions, all other regions. This is the kind of pilot with a view to scaling up. And of course, a CFTA. CFTA is really what we call the critical kind of, let's say, the cornerstone of what we have to do. And whatever we do to diversify, CFTA has been the entry point, the strategic anchor, and all the other regions are doing it. But here in West Africa, we also supported 11 countries out of 14. You have the name here. To number one, formulated the CFTA strategy. Number two, having regional program and value chain to start now implementing them. And our countries are very responsive, be it all of them that are there. We only have 4 countries left. And in addition, we also investing in regional value chain, working with ECOWAS to be able to bring in those countries based on their comparative advantage to ensuring really we harness the wealth that the continent have in the region, to ensuring that the paradox of the plenty is over, to ensuring that the wealth, the mineral resources, be it bauxite, be it uranium, you name them, and the energy we have, all that contributing to harnessing and accelerating the pace and the path of institutional transformation and economic development. So we're here for you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Mr. Chair, this brings me to the end of my presentation. And of the key issues selected, and I just want, if you allow me, to go through key recommendations. Please, the key recommendations are here. I know time is of essence. You could see they articulate around 3 clusters, I may say. First, they were telling member states, you do need to take the right mix of policies to be able to, number one, domesticate the CFTA, to be able to make sure that the environment is conducive enough for private sector. Because without private sector investment, you won't be able to accelerate the economic diversification and so on, because we do need investment. But we also, another thing which I'm through the research. How do we make sure that what we were talking about, research and the policy action, connecting the dot between research outcome and policy formulation with a view to tackling the issue, but more importantly, with a view to ensuring we implement on time, we have the monitoring, and we'll be able to identifying the kind of progress we're making. Another critical thing which is really important was also to deep dive in the FTA, REX FTA, because REX FTA are a kind of cost-effective pathway to be able to really accelerate CFTA. Sometimes we don't have that alignment, so work has been going on to do it, and ECA is being supported, is one of the critical kind of recommendation for ECA. I'm not going to go through all of them. You can go next again. Another thing which was very important for member states, especially when we come to Southern Africa, was the electricity, the issue, power issue. It has come to answer that power has been impeding some of those critical efforts in the business area. So member states will call upon to really invest in improving the power through so that the wealth that the sub-region is under with can be harnessed powerfully. Another thing which was very important as well was to invest on SMEs. SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the value chain we are doing, the regional value chain we are, and so on, really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure, to make sure we have the right structure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process of making it from, the farm to the country and to also the region and other things. So you have very couple of very comprehensive and forward-looking recommendations that have been spelled out, defined with your representative, your senior official and your expert, and the report you have more detail into that. And each year, based on that recommendation, we work with your country to make sure we are implementing them, focusing on the result, impactful result. Sometimes we focus on quick wins, but never quick fix. For example, if we say we have to start now, the cocoa value chain, or we have to scale it up, the whole value chain on the electrical battery. So we have some very profound quick win this year, but we make sure that quick win is turned into a very sustainable, impactful when it comes to economic diversification and sustainable development. That's the kind of approach we're using, but such approach has been used, spelled out with your expert you've sent. And we would like once more to thank them very much, but to thank your leadership, your sharing leadership that has helped us to try as much as possible to responding to your need. I thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My colleagues are here and will be able to respond to any questions that will arise.
Thank you very much. Okay, we go on to the second report. It's an oral report on the sub-regional preparatory meetings for the conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Shall we have Director of Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, Eunice Kamwendo, to present, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me, before I start, recognize the High Table Deputy Executive Programs for Programs and Program Support. My colleagues, of course, from the sub-regional offices, and Gone, you've done a good job in introducing all of us, so I won't go into that. Excellencies that are in the room, member states, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, I also want to recognize the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Mr. Edward Kalon, who is here. I'm just noticing you now, sir, but happy to have you hosting us as well. So my presentation, and if we could just load it, I don't see it on my end. Like I said, I'm going to give a summary of the dialogues or the conversations that we had at a sub-regional level in preparation for this meeting. And the reason, of course, the objectives of that was that, first of all, to ensure that we all have, if I could have the next slide. Yes, thanks. So that we all are on the same page coming here in terms of the issues. But we did this, we felt it was very important to do this at sub-regional level because we realized there are differentiated impacts, but also reflections that needed to be brought to the table if we are going to have a common African position. And like I said, I think because of all the differences in the sub-region, it was quite critical to do that. And we also know that we are all exposed to different opportunities and policy options as well. That we felt was going to be very, very critical for here. And finally, of course, was also the need to foster sharing of experiences within the sub-region, so the countries within sub-regions. And of course, coming to this larger grouping, we are hoping that we can pull some of those experiences for the continent as well. And I'm glad, really, listening to a lot of the conversations that we had yesterday, that I'm already seeing some of those elements coming to the fore in terms of experiences and so on. So really would like to hear a lot more on that. So in terms of the dialogues, all of us had virtual meetings for all of this, or webinars that we held. And the slide basically looks into, first of all, when we had them, in order of when we had them. So East Africa, of course, had theirs first in January. We had Central Africa. A lot of us had ours in February, of course. Central Africa the next, and West Africa. Southern Africa, we had ours on the 15th, and North Africa had theirs last week. And what was good, which is quite common for a lot of us also, we did have very, very good participation in our webinars in preparation for this meeting. Really, I mean, if I look at my own, for Southern Africa, we had 4 PSs that were on call, of course, a lot of directors, but across the board, I think we had a lot of high-level, senior-level participants, including private sector, think tanks, as well as development partners, including development banks. We did have, for example, AFDB and some others. We had Development Bank of Southern Africa for us, and other players, including the academia, research institutions, but also to note, for example, West Africa, they also have this network of journalists, economic journalists that also joined the call. So really robust input from participants that I attended these meetings. If we could go to the next slide. Okay, so in terms of organization of how we all held the dialogues, it was important to really stick to the theme, but also to make sure that we are having a conversation in a framed way. So we did discuss, for example, the key imperatives. What are the push factors that are pushing us to even talk about greening transition for the continent? So I will talk about that, but I'll also talk about the policy opportunities, but also policy options that were discussed. So starting with the key imperatives, what were those, the key ones that are really driving all of us to have this conversation today? Number one, of course, is the key issue of climate change being an existential threat in itself. And I think we know that. Yesterday, a lot of colleagues, and today we've also spoken about that in terms of the increasing frequency of extreme weather or climatic events. A lot of flooding, if I look at Southern Africa, droughts in West and the Horn of Africa, for example. But we're also beginning to see some of the diseases that are coming with all these phenomena that we're facing today. So that on itself, and of course, if you look in terms of the development outcomes that are coming from there, increased vulnerability for a lot of countries to food insecurity, poverty, and of course, rising poverty and inequality as well. The other imperative is the risk of being left behind, especially in an environment that at a global level, everybody is on a transition path. I think the developed countries are, steps ahead out of all of us, and we do need to contend with, number one, I listened yesterday to the intervention from Egypt, where they were talking about some of the carbon tax that are being imposed on some of our, exports to Europe and elsewhere. And I think America tried to do that too a few years ago in imposing export bans from, goods and services that are produced with fossil fuels. A bit latent for now, but I think it's a growing concern that we need to keep in mind as well. And of course, I think a few years from now, we will be, also contending with the issue of maybe we'll have stranded assets if we continue on the path that we have. So I think that is also a risk that we need to manage. Thirdly, that everybody else has been speaking to, the issue of narrowing fiscal spaces. I think this is quite critical, persistent, and it's spoken to throughout yesterday, today, macroeconomic imbalances that we're seeing, that we cannot even do basic development with the resources that we have, let alone, of course, green transition. So therefore, the need for us to look for those finances that can help us transition in a green way. And finally, of course, which again is at the heart of the work that we all do, the growing poverty and inequalities that we have on the continent, due, of course, to the same effects of climate change, lack of jobs. I think it's quite a serious issue. Development reversals because of all the climate phenomenon that we're seeing, as well as food security, and of course, lack of access to basic services. So I think those, in terms of 4 critical imperatives that really are our pain points or pressure points that are pushing us to have this conversation, and we need to have it urgently. However, and I think sometimes we get locked into the, a problem lens. Yes, I think we are seeing all of these challenges, but there are real opportunities that we need to harness as a continent. And I'll speak to some of those. And again, remember, this is more consolidated and summarized, so a lot of this is coming from all the 5 sub-regions of the continent. Number one, the issue of the fact that we do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. And this, of course, when you look at solar energy, we look at hydro gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, but also green hydrogen that a lot of conversations are bubbling up. Again, Namibia from Southern Africa, and I think Rwanda is also looking really critically in exploring all of that. That is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness green minerals. I don't have the statistics with me, but again, I was so happy and lucky to listen to the colleague from the Central Bank of Egypt that actually had the numbers in terms of how rich we are as a continent. But looking at the green minerals or critical minerals or transition minerals, whatever way you want to call it, Africa has the abundance to be able to leverage and harness this as, again, as an opportunity. A lot of my colleagues have spoken to these issues in terms of what we're doing in Southern Africa, but also Central Africa, the battery, the electric vehicle battery initiative as one. And happy to also see that there's a lot of interest from North Africa on the same, because they're looking at the same value chain, as well as the interest that was made quite known both by the minister but also by the chair yesterday of Zimbabwe, noting a lot of the minerals that they also have into this value chain. So a lot of opportunity there. There's also a lot of opportunity because as Africa, we do have huge blue-green economy potential. And you would have also noted in the previous presentation how East Africa and West, and I would say West Africa, has a lot of that in terms of the blue economy, really focusing on that. But again, if you also look at East and West Africa on the blue economy, Central Africa on green and blue, and Southern Africa again on the green and blue economies as well. And then we also do need to harness the demographic dividend. Ngone just shared, yes, for West Africa in terms of, a lot of youthful population, but I think this is an issue that we all have for all the African continent. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youthful population that we have in terms of innovation, around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group. So an opportunity again there. And finally, a huge opportunity, innovative and private sector financing. DES Hanan has spoken to some of those instruments yesterday. But again, I think all of this also came into a lot of our conversations in terms of all the instruments that are available at national level, but also at regional level that we certainly do need to explore so that we can actually transition in a much greener way, noting, of course, the huge amounts of resources that is needed to do that. There are a few key policy options that all of the subregions also looked into in terms of what it is that we need to start doing and doing it urgently that I'll speak to. First of all, of course, building on the opportunities that I just shared, investing in potential of the blue-green economies to generate carbon credits. I would like to pause a little hit there and just say carbon credits and all of these carbon instruments are a question mark and a mystery, as mentioned yesterday, and one that we need to invest a bit to know a little bit more about for us to be able to take advantage of that. We also need to invest in renewable transition energy sources such as solar, wind, gas, green hydrogen, and so on in Africa. Again, like we heard yesterday, I think, 20 years ago, this was, quite expensive. It is not as expensive now. So we have a real opportunity to leapfrog from, technology advancements and the fourth industrial revolution, that we can do this in a much cost-effective way for Africa. We also need to implement supportive fiscal policies or conducive environments, both at the policy and regulatory level, to attract green investments. This also includes some of the issues that have been talked about in terms of de-risking some of this private sector investment. We need to accelerate mineral-based industrialization and economic diversification to expand our fiscal and economic bases. I think an urgent need. It was music to my ears yesterday when a lot of the delegates brought this issue up to say, let's stop with the begging bowl. Let us actually go back to industrialization and manufacturing for us to be able to own our development. I think this is the direction that we certainly need to go and actually accelerate some of the efforts that we're making right now. We need to promote natural capital accounting to get into the highest value for Africa's natural capital. Again, the minister mentioned this yesterday. It looks a lot more into the rebasing of our GDP or national accounts to include natural capital accounting. Again, and I think this is an area in terms of capacity building that ECA can actually offer, ECA, but also the UN can support in doing that. And finally, is to promote innovative instruments of financing options, including guarantees and trust funds, for example, de-risking models and investment funds. I just noted that Africa, actually, if you look, I think we have about 6 to 10 countries that have huge pension funds. To the issue that Ghana mentioned yesterday, for example, can we use all of these resources that we have on the continent to be able to fund and invest into our own green transition? I think quite critical for us to really take forward some of those recommendations. I would like to share very quickly some of the success stories, and I think the beauty of holding, first of all, a larger meeting like this is what is it that other countries or other regions are doing to be able to attract a financing possible to start implementing in some of these, to be on the green transition path. North Africa, for example, which again, good example. I'm not sure because I did hear DES and then also speak to some of the costs of what we are doing in terms of bonds, but suffice to say that North Africa has been able to issue a 1.1 billion green bond, representing 25% of Africa's total green bond issuances between 2014 to 2021, and that's huge. Again, would be useful to hear a bit more what actually the details of the experience for North Africa and Egypt in this sense have had in that issuance of green bonds. For Southern Africa, we were quite pleased to just learn also in our conversation that Mauritius and Seychelles were able to mobilize about 20 million grant for restoration of marine ecosystems funded by the Climate Adaptation Fund. So GCF, an opportunity there that we possibly need to also explore in our spaces. Central Africa and East Africa, they've, and again, going back to the black box, the mystery of all of the conversations that we're having around this issue, they've invested quite a lot in terms of raising awareness, but also unpacking all the issues around this issue in terms of, whether it's carbon markets, but also some of the opportunities. So for example, Central Africa just held their conference of carbon markets, and this was in January, that was led by the Development Bank of Central African States, along with the IFDD and the UNFCCC as well. East Africa, and I think this was also quite a big success. In 2023, they held the Moroni Conference, which led to the creation of the Great Blue Wall Initiative for climate challenges and create support for over 70 million people. Again, our forte on what we are supposed to be doing is really to have impact on the people that we serve. And finally, on West Africa, and picking on an example from Cabo Verde, where they were able to have basket bonds through 22 municipalities and were able to raise 15 million for local development financing is another example that I wanted to share. And finally, in terms of the recommendations, and the recommendations really are along the lines of looking at both the opportunities, but also some of the policy options that we've looked at internally to see what is it that we, again, need to start doing now urgently so that we're able to be ahead of the curve in terms of, green transitions for the continent. And I will not speak to all of it. I'll just speak a few, which I think that, they need to be highlighted. Number one is, the promotion of local production of industries and industries through innovation challenges and incubators for nature-based products. Again, using a lot of our youthful population to enable that, and that links a lot more to whatever it is in terms of the products, is also acceleration of green value chains through mineral-based sustainable industrialization, while of course supporting MSMEs in the process. The issuance of blue and green bonds, I think, to finance green projects is one that we need to pursue. Again, a lot of capacity building there that's needed for us to be able to do this effectively. I think I talked already about creating conducive environments for all of this to happen, both in terms of green private sector financing as well as de-risking instruments. Rebasing of national accounts is one big one. Again, couldn't be emphasized enough, because I was actually struck yesterday when the DES, Hanan mentioned this to say, which is actually a fact in terms of fair pricing. In Europe, it's $120 per ton. In Africa, it can be as low as $10 per ton. I think it is quite unfair. I think once we know that, through the rebasing and improving of national accounts, we should be able to motivate for better pricing for ourselves. And I think finally, and I'll skip on the one, and not that it's important, it's not as important, but the issue of promoting financial special purpose vehicles that I talked to around what is it that we can do as Africa to use the resources that we have domestically, internally within Africa, to be able to fund some of our support to industrialization, as well as sustainable and in a sustainable and inclusive manner. So these are some of the issues that came from our conversations, but I'm sure that there is a bit more that I've left. Like I said, a lot of this conversation were over 3 hours, so quite rich and robust, but would be happy, my colleagues and I, to also engage and answer to any questions that you might have in this regard. Thank you very much, and I think, Chair, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Eunice. I think you've articulated very well the issues on the opportunities. But for me, I'm saying, how do we strategically exploit these opportunities? I think we need strategies to underpin these strategies, these opportunities, so that they materialize. Because we keep talking about opportunities, potential, but I think what is critical for me going forward is the issue of credible strategies to underpin these opportunities. But thank you so much. And then there's this critical issue of rebuilding and improving national accounts to capture the national capital. I don't know how you are, as ECA, how you are programming this for the various member countries. To me, it's an obvious need, which I don't know how we can program for the countries, so that we are all, no one is left behind, and that we can be all on the same base, as it were, given the natural capital we have across Africa. Okay, so can we move into the third report of the Committee on Private Sector Development, Regional Integration, Trade Infrastructure, Industry and Technology. That's a long one. On its third session, let's have Robert Lisinga, please, on this, Acting Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to present the report of the third session of the committee. It happened on the 14th and 15th of November 2023. This committee meets every 2 years. Next slide, please. This slide just gives you an overview of the committee session. The theme was boosting regional integration, infrastructure, trade, and technology towards prosperous and inclusive green industrialization in Africa. Just to say that the theme very much aligns to the theme of this Conference of Ministers. They are all pushing towards inclusive green transformation in Africa. It also aligns with the African Business Forum team, which was around boosting science, technology, towards, again, green transformation. The meeting happened at a time where we were looking to respond to the COVID-19 pandemics, climate change, new continental agreement on trade, meaning the African Continental Free Trade Area, adoption of artificial intelligence, infrastructure development in the energy and transport sector. So these are the things that we focused on during that committee session. You could see the members of the Bureau. There were 42 member states of ECA that attended the committee meeting, and it was preceded by two very important expert group meetings. The first was a workshop on satellite imagery and artificial intelligence. How do we use this to manage cross-border infrastructure in Africa? And the second expert group meeting was on environmental dimensions of the African Continental Free Trade Area, particularly focusing on how do we green the Continental Free Trade Area. Next slide, please. Now, what I will do in this presentation is to present the thematic areas that anchored the discussions, the issues that were discussed under each thematic areas, and the recommendations that came out from the discussion. Now, the thematic areas were also anchored in parliamentary reports or issues papers that ECA prepared and presented to the member states. Now, the first thematic area was advancing energy and digital technologies for prosperous and inclusive green industrialization. There were two key messages that emerged from the discussion under this thematic area. First was the need to build the scientific, technological, and industrial know-how to manufacture and trade in electric vehicles, drones, mobile devices, bioelectronics, and so on, basically innovative technology. The second key issue was how to harness the potential to develop energy and digital technologies to boost shared prosperity and green industrialization in Africa. A number of important recommendations came out from the discussion. The first one was to support research and technical assistance programs that are focused on alleviating energy poverty and increasing electrification rates on Africa. Essentially, the committee asks ECA to continue its work in this area. The second recommendation was ECA to promote research to accelerate the adoption of renewable energy technologies in line with the particular context of African countries. Now, towards the end of this presentation, I'm going to mention what ECA has been doing in response to these recommendations. Now, the third recommendation was ECA to support the design and dissemination of research and analytical products on the governance and adoption of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. Other issues, very important issues that were discussed by the committee include the importance of improving electrification as a precursor to technological development and adopting emerging technology. So essentially, it was highlighted that if we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Another issue was that urgent action is needed to reverse the trends triggered by COVID-19. I think what was highlighted here was that actually reduction in the number of Africans that had access to electricity as a result of COVID-19, in fact, undermining the progress that had been made. And finally, the need to focus on the services sector as an essential driver of cross-border trade and regional integration on the continent was highlighted. And I think this has also been highlighted between yesterday and today. Next slide, please. Now, the second thematic area that informed the discussions was leveraging the African continental free trade area towards the deeper integration of Africa through inclusive and green industrialization. Now, the key message from the discussion under this thematic area was to implement robust policies on competition, investment, intellectual property rights, and digital trade to revitalize the African investment landscape and deepen continental integration. Again, this was discussed a lot yesterday, but with regard to the committee, 3 recommendations emerged. The first one was to identify new green value chains to be redirected towards green infrastructure, and Africa must meet its commitments under international agreements on climate action. The second recommendation was the rollout of the Pan-African payment and settlement systems to facilitate cross-border payment in local currency. This is very, very important. I think ECA has been engaging with partners like the Afro-Exim Bank on this issue. And finally, the recommendation in this area was research to address the global trade policies at the intersections of climate and trade. I think this matter has been discussed a lot yesterday and also today. How are policies on carbon taxes affecting or potentially will affect Africa's trade? And I think this recommendation has come up again during this meeting, underscoring its importance. Next slide, please. Now, the third thematic, and I'm moving towards the end, was promoting inclusive green industrialization in Africa through sustainable infrastructure, agro-poles, and effective financial market. Very interesting, important recommendations came out from the discussion under this theme. And the first was to address the prevailing regulatory barriers that hinder private sector investment in energy and infrastructure development. My next slide, I will explain how ECA has addressed this. The second recommendation was for ECA to provide technical support for initiatives for regional transport corridors, especially those that support landlocked countries. Another recommendation, the fourth, was that an in-depth assessment of the role of green hydrogen in advancing a just energy transition and energy security in Africa should be undertaken. This is an area that ECA is already working on. The fifth recommendation was to support the development of national public-private partnership frameworks to expand the scope of infrastructure financing. A lot was discussed yesterday about financing cross-border infrastructure projects. This also emerged from the committee meeting. And finally, there was a recommendation to strengthen domestic resource mobilization strategies to enhance domestic and regional markets, ensuring the benefits from increased trade through implementation of the continental free trade area. Next slide. Now, this was the theme of this session, boosting regional integration, infrastructure, trade, and technology, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. The key issues that emerged from the discussion were the following one: the critical role that science, technology, and innovation play in achieving prosperous and inclusive green industrialization. I think there's consensus that this is the case, that science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one. The second issue that was raised was the importance of developing infrastructure, including energy, transport, information, and communication technologies to support efforts to make production sustainable. And the last one was the implementation of the continental free trade area, which was seen as vital to accelerate energy transition on the continent. Now, there were 3 recommendations. The first was that ECA member states should work together to develop transboundary projects and initiatives aimed to improve efficient and financing sustainable industrialization. The second recommendation was that ECA should compile information on the funds and sustainable financing options that are available to member states. I think this has come up again and again. In this meeting yesterday, one delegate underscored the complexity of accessing green finance. So I think this is the real problem. And the third recommendation was to assist ECA to assist members in building their capacity to prepare robust requests for funding. This is linked also to the work that ECA is doing on the risking investment. So the last slide, please move to it. We'll just highlight what ECA has been doing in response to the recommendations that came from this session. I should add here that this session happens after 2 years, as I mentioned, so we still have this year and next year to fully implement the recommendation. But for now, this is what ECA has done. ECA Annual Business Forum, like I mentioned, already focus on boosting Africa's transformation through education, science, and technology, so directly addressing the recommendation of the committee. The second thing that ECA has done, and is actually ongoing, is providing technical support on the use of satellite imagery and artificial intelligence to manage regional transport corridors. So what we're doing, we are working with corridors like the Northern Corridor, the Central Corridor, to ensure that they could sit in their offices in Dar es Salaam or Mombasa and be able to track what is going on along the corridor. This is critical because data on the state of infrastructure in some of these corridors is very scarce. It's difficult for many reasons. Some of the areas are remote. There are security issues. And so with this kind of software that we are developing, one could sit in their office and track what is going on. Another thing that ECA is doing in response to the recommendation is to undertake an in-depth assessment of the role of hydrogen in advancing the just energy transition. How can African countries benefit across the value chain of green hydrogen, from renewable energy production to production of hydrogen through electrolysis, to benefiting, in fact, from the market that exists in other parts of the world for hydrogen. Now, towards the end, we already have, and this is in regard to a public-private partnership, following the work that we have done in 6 African countries, we've come to an agreement with the African Development Bank on how to provide financial and transaction advisory services for public-private partnership projects, infrastructure projects that countries have identified. And finally, in response to how do we crowd in private sector investment in the energy sector, based on the work that we have done in 16 African countries, gap assessment, we've worked with the African Union to develop a continental strategy for crowding private sector investment in the energy sector. And this strategy has been adopted by the African Union Specialized Technical Committee that deals with energy and transport. So thank you so much, Chair. I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, Robert. On the presentation, I think it's loud and clear. Just interested on this issue of agro-poles. I know that the African Development Bank is working on these as well, some of its African member countries. How are we collaborating so that we're not spreading ourselves too thin across Africa and not duplicating, etc.? And then the issue of artificial intelligence, again, I hope we are very serious about it for Africa, as we run the huge risk of being left behind. What's happening on that front? Thank you so much for this quite interesting, very interesting presentation. Now, colleagues, we now want to discuss the three presentations. And again, I want to urge interventions to be concise and to the point so that we are very clear on the issues being raised. The floor is open to discuss the first report, which was on sub-regional intergovernmental committees of senior officials. We have Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. I wish to thank all the presenters for elaborate presentation and their commitments to the cause of Africa. My comment is on the green transition, the presentation before the last one. I get the sense that there's a great opportunity for us as a continent to benefit from the transition to a green economy. However, what I get is that this knowledge of both the threats of climate and the opportunities that lies in for Africa seems to be at the global level. When I say global level, I mean that at government, ministries, multilateral big institutions level, that knowledge of climate and that knowledge of the opportunities that lies in the transition doesn't seem to have trickled down to the micro level, to the private sector. And we know that from our discussions here that the private sector contributes more than 50% to our GDP, our growth as an economy. And therefore, if there is any policy to transform, then the private sector must be at the forefront of that transformation. Because even at my level, I don't have a lot of extensive knowledge on this green transition, the opportunities and otherwise. For instance, people may respond a bit better to a change if they know the benefits that lies in the change. We tell people in the rural areas to stop bush fires. And in Ghana, we try to encourage people to use LPG gas rather than using charcoal or burning wood. Now, if the people have the knowledge that if I stop cutting down the forest to do firewood, I can be able to trade that forest for carbon credits. The idea of a benefit from deforestation may bring better gain to us than just telling the person that, oh, there'll be climate consequences if you continue cutting down forests. So I think that we need to begin to get a way of trickling down this knowledge. A lot of people know the threats of climate change because they experience flooding, they experience drought. But I don't think that a lot of the rural folks and a lot of the private sector know the benefits of trying to save the environment. And so at this level, I think that we must begin to work to trickle down the knowledge and all that we are discussing down to the private sector, down to the tiniest level, because Africa, we pride in micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. So this knowledge must also trickle down to the micro, to the small, and to the medium. And as I told you, that while using charcoal, if you tell them that if I leave the forest, I can benefit from green credits by leaving the forest. And even look at Zimbabwe as an example. You live with the animals. You have learned the benefits of living with the animals, tourism. So everybody knows that when I leave the animals, people will come and there are jobs. When people get to know the benefits of doing what you've asked them to do, they are more able to respond. So let us try to get this knowledge that we are discussing to trickle down to the grassroots. And I think that ECA should take this up, that you begin to support countries and make it a trump card that we must begin to trickle down this information so that everybody down there know that I have something to gain from preserving the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Role of the private sector critical to transformation, of course. And again, the issue of trading forests for carbon credits. Again, this is all about knowledge. I don't think knowledge is just at grassroots level. I think for me, it's right across all levels. I think in our countries, we need that knowledge across all levels. But thank you so much for the the contribution. Libya, you have the floor.
نتوجه بالشكر للسيد الرئيس ولدولة زيمبابوي على كرم الضيافة. فيما يخص الطاقة فإن دولة ليبيا اعتمدت استراتيجية وطنية للطاقات المتجددة تتيح لكافة شعوب القارة بالأخص القطاع الخاص للاستثمار في هذا المجال. دولة ليبيا كما تعلمون تتمتع بسطوع شمسي هائل، هذا في مجال الطاقة النظيفة والطاقات المتجددة. أما فيما يخص التحديات التي تواجه موائمة الخطط الوطنية مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة، فكما تعلمون يا سادة كما لجائحة كوفيد أثر سلبي على اقتصادياتنا وعلى وحرب أوكرانيا، فنحن هناك تحدي آخر نراه ذو أهمية كبيرة تواجهه دولة ليبيا باعتبارها جزء من القارة الإفريقية وهي أيضا امتداد لخارطة الوطن العربي. فيا سادة الحرب الدائرة اليوم على قطاع غزة شلت تفكيرنا في مجال تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، شلت تفكيرنا في مجال التعاون الإقليمي، ولا يمكن لجسم موجود ما بين قارتين أن يعمل بمعزل عن النصف الآخر من جسم آخر الموجود في خارطة الوطن العربي. نامل أن ينال هذا الموضوع محل اهتمام مؤتمركم هذا حتى لا تكون ليبيا والدول الشمال الأفريقية التي تنتمي للشعوب العربية ألا تتأخر عن الركب التي نسعى إليه جميعا. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you, Libya. Of course, peace and security, critical to sustainable development. Thank you. Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I would like to thank government of Zimbabwe for hosting us during this conference. Also, I would also like to thank the UNECA for the brilliant organization and also all the presenters. I would like to emphasize on one comment that the chair made a few minutes ago related to some of the opportunities that we continue to hear since yesterday and over the different brilliant presentations that we've heard today. There are a lot of opportunities that were presented in terms of climate finance, in terms of what we need to do more about building the pipeline, and I appreciate all the suggestions that are made in terms of domestic resource mobilization. But coming back to the issue of fiscal space that most of our country, we are facing as an issue, we did not hear more about how do we make efficient public spending. And the reason why I'm raising that is because in our effort to tackle climate issues, we could start by looking at what can we reduce in our public spending that is not green. How can we promote more green spending into reducing some of the subsidies that go into sectors which are less green, but also the different tools that we can be using as different experts that work in the Ministry of Finance to better advise the policymakers on some of the decisions. The prioritization, in which sector, because we can raise as much financing as necessary, but if we don't look at how we are spending those resources, it's not going to have the impact that we want. How do we use different tools to look at what spending will have the spillover effect in other sectors of the economy that are going to help us really have a quality growth that can really be taxed, quality growth that can create jobs, that can be inclusive? What sector should we start before the other? Why do we spend on this sector now and not after. Of course, there are different opportunities that we talked about, but all these are going to take time. In the meantime, how do we maximize on the little resources that we have? And this is key, because if we don't do that, we're not going to be able to practically achieve. Those are practical things that we need to do as technicians. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Rwanda. Opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. Again, this is a recurring theme for the conference, and I hope as we go forward, we'll be able to address this issue. And you speak eloquently on the efficiency of public spending. I think that again relates to also, I would like to add, our public investment programs. How efficient are they? Are we spending on the right projects? Not just projects, it's the costing also of these projects. We have noticed that even some roads being constructed in terms of cost per kilometer, you see absurd, really absurd and ridiculous cost. So it's a critical element which I've noted, and thank you. And this issue of quality growth, I think that's again interesting terminologies and what we are trying to do. Thank you. DRC, you're next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La RDC va intervenir sur 2 points. Par rapport au volet accès à l'énergie et au volet recherche, je vais laisser la parole à mon collègue pour la recherche. Par rapport à l'accès à l'énergie, il y a une grande opportunité au niveau de la RDC. J'ai vu plusieurs fois, on est revenu sur le projet de batterie avec la Zambie et dont le Zimbabwe veut venir se joindre à nous, qu'elle soit la bienvenue. Mais il y a encore un autre projet qui ne sera pas vraiment un projet, mais moi je pense que c'est tout un programme que peut-être qu'on n'a pas épinglé ici. Il s'agit du projet des Grands Inga. C'est un projet très important qui peut à lui seul avoir un potentiel de 100 000 mégawatts. Donc c'est un projet important qui, premièrement au niveau local, va permettre de réguler un peu par rapport à l'environnement. Donc si on met ce projet en place, ça va permettre à ce que dans tout le pays, on puisse avoir de l'électricité et qu'on évite de couper les arbres à tout moment. Et ça peut résoudre le problème de conservation de la forêt. Donc ça va réduire la pression sur notre forêt. Le deuxième axe serait par rapport à l'exploitation de nos minerais. Justement, on va exploiter les batteries, mais il faudrait vraiment de l'énergie pour pouvoir arriver à y exploiter. Donc, le barrage, le projet Grand Inga permettrait à ce qu'on puisse exploiter tous les minerais, que ce soit même le projet de batterie. Il y aura vraiment de la valeur ajoutée. Et par rapport à le troisième axe, c'est l'axe infrastructure routière. Et on aura la route entre Est et Ouest de notre pays. Et avec ce projet, ça va être facile de pouvoir traiter tous les minéraux qui sont éparpillés partout en RDC. Et en fait, l'axe 4, c'est par rapport à l'axe régional. Et le projet Grand Inga serait capable de pouvoir donner du courant, que ce soit au sud, que ce soit au nord du pays. Donc, c'est vraiment un grand potentiel que je pense de l'Afrique qu'il faut exploiter. C'est parmi vraiment des solutions, parce que la RDC, c'est la solution par rapport à l'énergie. J'aimerais que ce projet soit noté aussi parmi des projets phares, des projets solutions. Merci.
Bien, Monsieur le Président, je peux enchaîner. Merci pour la parole. Je félicite les interventions des différents intervenants de l'heure. Mais néanmoins, je vais me pencher sur l'intervenant qui a parlé que la CIA, d'après les groupes qui se sont constitués au niveau de la CIA, qu'on doit investir de la recherche. L'Afrique ne peut pas, Monsieur le Président et cher assistant, se développer sans passer par la recherche. Les amis, actuellement, ils ne sont pas au niveau. Dans les standards internationaux, les amis ne sont pas au niveau de la recherche fondamentale ou de la recherche appliquée. J'ai avec moi la typologie de la recherche. Les amis sont au niveau de la recherche inventive ou créative. Qu'avons-nous créé en Afrique? C'est une question majeure qu'on peut s'interroger. Les amis sont maintenant au niveau. Quand je dis les amis, là où je vais donner les conférences à l'extérieur de l'Afrique, je suis maître de conférence, et donc, nous devons miser sur la recherche collaborative ou la recherche partenariale. Moi, j'ai toujours considéré la recherche étant comme une fourmilière où il y a certains d'entre eux qui vont à la recherche, ils font des trouvailles, ils en trouvent. D'autres, ils n'en trouvent pas, mais ils continuent à faire des recherches pour arriver à trouver un quinquecrotte. Donc, c'est qu'on peut inventer. Lors de la conférence de ministres africains chargés de la science et technologie en Afrique, c'était basé à Brazzaville, on a pris une résolution que les centres instituts de recherche doivent commercialiser les produits de la recherche. Et donc, quand nous voyons les financements que les pays africains louent à la recherche, c'est au niveau des budgets, c'est très minime. Donc, nous devons arriver à la recommandation de l'UNESCO qui recommande à chaque pays d'allouer ne fût-ce que 1% du budget. Mais on n'atteint pas les 1%. On est dans les 0,67. Donc, l'Afrique ne sont... Alors, je me suis étonné quand on dit... Moi, j'encourage la CIA de faire le plaidoyer. On alloue beaucoup de financement dans le secteur de la recherche. Quand nous nous disons que nous sommes professeurs et chercheurs, nous voulons innover. Quand il y a eu Covid-19, voilà ce que la République démocratique a émis comme produit sur le marché. Il a émis le produit, nous-mêmes, moi qui vous parle, nous avons mis au point un médicament brevetable, citrotekina, dont nous avons trouvé des modèles, même les propriétés physiques, tout ça, capables d'éradiquer tous les symptômes déclarés de Covid-19. Il y a Mana Covid-19 en RDC qui a inventé un produit, mais dommage, on l'a assassiné, il est tué. Donc le produit s'appelait Mana Covid-19. Il y a mon cher ami, le professeur de l'université de Lubumbashi, au Katanga, il a mis un point pour éradiquer, lutter contre le Covid-19, c'est Bela Inilou. Et donc, les Africains ont mis, nous devons mettre nos capacités intellectuelles pour essayer de créer, d'inventer, au lieu de croiser les bras. Qu'avons-nous fait pour l'Afrique? C'est l'interrogation majeure. Donc, nous recommandons, nous proposons à la CE de faire le plaidoyer pour que les États africains allouent un financement conséquent pour l'avancement de la recherche dans nos pays africains. Nous avons dit et nous vous remercions.
Thank you, Professor. So thank you so much again to my sister from DRC. I'm so happy you raised the issue of the Inga project. This project, I'm told, was first talked about when I was very young, right? And here we are, I'm 65, nothing has happened, right? And when I was at the ADB, we tried to push for this project, again, it stalled. Now, this is a huge potential for this project, but we are not moving as Africans to support this project. And really, I think I would want to urge ECA in its convening capacity, together with the ADB, maybe to look at how this project can move. Because we have been talking Inga for years. So let's hope we can do something this time around. Thank you, my sister.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président, je pense que la Banque mondiale est derrière ça, mais s'il y a aussi la BAD qui veut se joindre à la Banque mondiale, ce n'est pas une mauvaise chose. Je disais qu'il y a déjà la Banque mondiale qui est derrière le projet Grand Inga. Et il y a déjà des pourparlers. Il y a 2 semaines, on a fait une réunion au niveau du ministère du Plan. Mais le potentiel est là. On a besoin de financement et de partenaires. Merci.
Okay, next, Côte d'Ivoire.
Ok, merci, Monsieur le Président, de me redonner la parole. J'ai juste 2 petites préoccupations que je voulais poser au niveau de la cohérence des chiffres. Hier, j'avais posé une préoccupation, mais je voulais revenir là-dessus une fois de plus. Dans mon intervention d'hier, j'avais mentionné que le taux de croissance de la Côte d'Ivoire n'était pas juste. Bon, le présentateur avait expliqué que c'était les chiffres de la Banque mondiale, du document sur les perspectives économiques globales. Et lorsque j'ai consulté ce document, je me suis rendu compte que certes, le taux qu'on avait montré était certes inférieur à notre projection qui était de 7%, mais dans le document de la Banque mondiale, le taux de la Côte d'Ivoire était de 6,5%. Donc, vous pouvez reconsidérer. Je crois que c'est une faute de frappe, d'accord, mais dans des documents officiels de ce type, je pense que c'est important de minimiser ces fautes de frappe-là. Bon, alors, dans les différentes présentations, j'ai essayé également de voir les chiffres déclarés. Et puis, j'ai vu qu'il y a des incohérences également au niveau des taux de croissance, tels que présentés par le rapport sur l'évolution économique récente d'hier et le rapport sous-régional. Hein, le rapport sous-régional que j'ai essayé de consulter. Alors, lorsque vous prenez le rapport d'hier, les taux de croissance estimés et projetés étaient de 4,5%, 4,8% et 6,1% en 2022, 2023, 2024. Et lorsque je prends le rapport sous-régional, ces taux sont de 3,9%, 3,6% et 3,8% pour les mêmes années. Bon, peut-être qu'on peut donner des explications. Il peut s'agir que dans l'un des rapports, les données ont été actualisées, dans l'autre rapport, les données sont des anciennes données. Mais le lecteur lambda pourrait se perdre en lisant ces 2 documents élaborés par la même institution. Donc, je crois qu'il y a nécessité de mettre en cohérence ces données. Et puis, je voudrais également savoir si les données que la CEA reçoit de nos pays sont vraiment, ou du moins si la collaboration est normale, est-ce qu'il y a des difficultés, etc. Parce que si nous avons des données qui diffèrent des données fournies par les institutions internationales comme la Banque mondiale et le FMI, souvent on fait des ajustements, et qu'il y a encore des différentes données dans les documents fournis par la CEA et dans les documents fournis par les pays, bon, ça crée beaucoup d'amalgame. Donc ça, c'est une de mes préoccupations. Et la deuxième préoccupation concerne l'intégration régionale dans tous les rapports qui ont été présentés. Je n'ai pas vu vraiment de données ou bien d'état de lieu au niveau du commerce intra-régional. Je pense qu'un des objectifs majeurs de la ZLECAf, c'est d'arriver à l'intégration africaine en passant d'abord par l'intégration régionale. Mais je pense que c'est important que dans ces genres de rencontres, de nous faire le point de l'intégration commerciale et puis voir si depuis la mise en application de la ZLECAf, est-ce qu'il y a eu des progrès? Est-ce que ces progrès découlent de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf? Sinon, quels sont les goulots d'étranglement dans la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf et comment on peut trouver des solutions afin qu'à terme, on puisse atteindre les objectifs de ce programme ou de ce projet intégrateur, qui est le seul d'ailleurs, il faut l'indiquer, qui est le seul projet intégrateur de l'Union africaine à avoir eu un début d'exécution. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, les deux préoccupations que je voulais poser. Merci.
Thank you. Your concerns, I think, are well noted. Like I indicated yesterday, I think this issue of discrepancies of statistics, especially on GDP growth rates, I think it's critical and important. But I think also the onus is on us countries to sit down with these various international organizations as they prepare their statistics really to be thorough in terms of what they are producing. We have experienced the same challenges as well, but I think we have managed to resolve those issues. Next on our speaking list is Libya, then we have Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the ECA for the hard working and for the excellent presentations. 2 points. The first one regarding the sub-regional projects. I would like to let you know, guys, that my country, the state of Libya, with Chad and Niger, and in collaboration with the African Development Bank, are working for a very big and huge project. They call it the Tripoli-Niamey-Chad Corridor. Since this project will be finished, I believe it will ease the food, the supply chains in the old region. My comment on one of the presentations, they mentioned that in North Africa there was 1.1 billion for the green bonds issued. And this, I don't want to say it's deceiving, but it's misinforming, because when you say North Africa, you mean all the countries. But I would like to know which countries benefited from this 1.1 billion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Libya. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you and all the delegates who are here and all those that are coming. As a host country, we are very much pleased to have you colleagues here. But may I say, conferences of this magnitude, Chair, are very important at this time in juncture, given the calamities and the torrid times that humanity is facing, regardless of race. And these are meetings that we celebrate because for the first time in a meeting of this magnitude, it has workers represented, business people, government, civic organizations. The good of it is that this will bring about ownership and a clear way forward for all of us. It's not an elitist conference whereby things are decided for. because the overall overarching of this conference is to try and mitigate towards poverty. Are you stopping me? I don't know. Yeah, I will proceed. Sorry, Chair, I was disturbed a little bit. Right. The overall overarching of such conferences is to mitigate towards poverty alleviation and also to try and eradicate all the myriads of problems that mankind are facing. So these are meetings that we expect to have frank talk, no sugarcoating. The good about it is because we have got central bank officials, government ministers of finances, and ministers, and even to the extent other top officials who have to do with the narratives of trying to make sure that there is clear narratives for the betterment of the humanity. But may I now say, Chair, to actually mitigate towards poverty alleviation, particularly here in Africa, we have to introspect ourselves as human beings. Yes, we have got the problem of climate change, but climate cannot introspect, it just happens on its own. Those that needs to introspect are us human beings, who will see how best we can mitigate towards climate change. I'll come to the issue of investments here in Africa. These investments, they are actually not premised on alleviating poverty. They are premised on looting and fleecing other men by men, which must be stopped. This is why you see that most of the investments that are coming here in Africa, they are being brought about by white guys, Chinese, Arabs. I'm not provoking, but I have to tell you the truth. When they come here, they don't want to put beneficiation. They bring their own technocrats as if we don't have our own technocrats here. When it comes to the salaries and conditions, they continue to harass, maim our people, fleecing them, subjecting them to modern slavery. Surely, Chair, this is an insult and a provocation to humanity, particularly to the black race. And our colleagues on the other side of the other race, they must really think twice before they try to pretend. Let's talk of the American stock of change, London stock of change. Those stock of change are never meant to promote Africa. They are meant to continue to fleece and loot African resources at the expense of its citizenry. And hence the poverty will continue at an alarming rate and alarming pace. So, Chair, these meetings of such magnitude must come up with resolutions that will put a stop to some of these shenanigans that are being pretended to us. I was glad my previous speaker, the previous speaker, spoke about the North Africa and he was questioning how much is that? Fine. But if we talk of these other countries where we have got migrant black workers, the way they are being treated, it's very bad and it's a sorry state. So, Chair, it is our plea that out of this conference, we must see a stop to madness towards racial segregation, exploitation. That must be stopped forthwith because we are all equal in terms of intellectual prowess. We are all equal to them. We breathe the same air. I don't know why we continue to be subjected to such narratives. I so submit.
Thank you for your submission, which is well noted. Well, you raise important issues, which I think the Secretariat has noted. The issue of inequalities, the issue of racial segregation, the treatment of workers, and so forth, which are noted. Who's next on the? Okay. Badea, you're on the list, and then followed by Reality of Aid Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to come back to the issue of carbon market
But first and foremost, I would like to commend the work by ECA when it comes to policy advocacy, policy advisory, all of them based on evidence through the research the ECA team is conducting. But I would like more specifically to come to carbon market and try to, I'm going to be a little bit provocative in a sense that how can ECA research at the moment can convince policymakers at the highest level to buy into the idea of a carbon market? How would you convince a country like Zimbabwe, where we are in, to invest, to reap the benefit of the carbon market, if Central African countries like DRC, Gabon, Central Africa, and Cameroon, who have forests without concrete benefit from a carbon market? So this issue at the top, from experience, most head of state, head of government are very reluctant to invest in growing more trees if the trees they have on their lands cannot provide them with benefit. So that at the top. And when you go down on the main streets, how would you convince a farmer to grow more trees if the forest protected within their country does not provide them with concrete benefit? Thank you.
Thank you, Badea. Reality of Aid Africa, please, quickly.
I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me also join other colleagues in congratulating the presenters for the quality of the issues that have been raised. Mr. Chairman, I want to align myself with the statement of the government of Rwanda and also the statement of the government of Zimbabwe. I think the issue of placing poverty at the center of our discussion remains very crucial, and indeed how public investment is made, particularly towards this sector, is going to be very crucial. And looking at listening to presentations that have been made, Mr. Chair, I feel that focus is still not very much given attention. And especially given the element that we had yesterday, that 54% of the world's population is found in Africa, we are focusing too much on intensive capital and how to mobilize that to come into the continent, but really not directing a lot of attention on how we want to work with these communities, work with this population to be major stakeholders in these ideas that we are proposing. I think we really need to look at the kind of investments that target the population and target the majority of those who are in the community or in the rural areas, who can be major players and indeed form the bedrock through which we are able to transit in a very sustainable and in a very inclusive way. Because our experience shows that indeed focusing too much on private sector investment coming from abroad does not necessarily translate to meaningful jobs or translate to meaningful people moving out of poverty. And I think, Mr. Chair, it is indeed very important we talk truth to these issues, where we ensure that even the investments we are talking about is critically linked to the issue of transparency, is critically linked to the issue of results that can really lead us into moving out of poverty, but not really as a way of just mobilizing resources and quantify them to show, but really talk about the livelihoods that we are able to change. And that's the element that I would like to see, Mr. Chairman. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Badea, good point in terms of the issues of convincing governments and through research, evidence-based policy advice. I think that's well taken. On the last comment, I think let's also acknowledge that the foundational work of the ECA is guided by Agenda 2063 and the 2030 issues we have agreed as Africa. And I think the underlying target is, I think, eradication of poverty. I think, to me, all we are trying to do is to eradicate poverty. But I think if it's not being specific, but I think the senior officials we have here can answer to that. But I feel strongly that the underlying foundational issues are being addressed through Agenda 2063 and 2030. Whether we are achieving it or not, that's something else, the pace at which we are achieving it. Thank you. Now, we're running short of time. I don't know if there are any on the table who want to respond quickly. Yes. Susanna, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe before Susanna, yes. There is Asna from Morocco online. Are they ready? Or we can have Susanna. Maybe Susanna, go ahead. Then we can, while they connect us.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to the question from the Libyan representative on the issuance of bonds in North Africa and who benefits or who were the issuers. And it was Egypt who issued in 2020 the first sovereign bond in North Africa and Middle East. It was actually successful from the point of view it was highly oversubscribed. They wanted to issue $500 million, ended up issuing 750, so that's more than half of the 1.1. And then the other one is Morocco that also has been issuing green bonds. So Tunisia has prepared framework, guiding framework how to issue them. But as perhaps someone else from the audience made a comment, even greater concern is how small this share is relative to global issuance. So Africa currently accounts only for 1% of global issuance. So again, this is a great opportunity. Not for every country, depends on circumstances, but something to be explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Yes. Mama Keita.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just would like to say that I cannot agree more with the delegate from Rwanda about the power of public spending in terms of trying to resolve some of the issues that we are discussing here. It's true that it's important and it's even imperative to find by no means how to widen the fiscal space, how to increase fiscal revenues and other types of revenues, but spending is equally so important. And not only spending, but spending in those green objectives, actually, how to green the economies, because if we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gains that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. So really very good comment. And yes, everybody is urged to do so. Quickly on Badea, I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies, what is working where. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be able in a position to advise other countries. This way is how we can really go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market. And then sharing information is really key, and that is allowing ECA to do a better job, actually. On DRC, I cannot agree more with you also. I think research is critical for the continent. Research, and not fundamental research, but also R&D. This is how we are going to drive innovation. This is how we are going to build a critical industrialized economy. So it is fundamental, and countries indeed need to put money in research. Finally, on the comment from Ghana also, again, I agree very well with you. I think that sharing, generating the knowledge and then sharing it along the chain is extremely important to drive the incentive. To incentivize people, they need to have clear information and to know where they should put their effort, where they should put their money, and what they can gain out of it. So really very good comment, and we take note of all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have from the table up here, Hannah, One, and Eunice? Oh, and this side as well.
Thank you.
Pedro.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to share a very concrete example on how actually effective and efficient resource allocation is critical. When we engaged with countries recently to actually implement the regional budgeting sensitive to demographic dividend with Ministry of Finance, one country, namely Burkina Faso, when we work with them till the end, defining and estimating the budget elasticity, we found that if we just change the allocation within a sector, let's say education, you just change the allocation of resources from, let's say, salaries or other functioning to the services, the actual education services of health, it has implication in terms of the quality, but also in terms of the impact in the medium and long term of it. So, and the message there that we were focusing is to say, let's use this tool, because Rwanda was referring to tool. Let's use the budgeting sensitive to demographic dividend as a critical tool to promote, support efficiency of public expenditure. And it was very critical to use it right now for the 2024 budget execution to support and have insight into to what extent that kind of reallocation within the portfolio of a given sector will have multiplier effect on other sectors. This is extremely and true, more so right now, where we see the kind of risk of trade-off between servicing the debt and, of course, making sure that the allocation of resources to the key sector for human capital actually are maintained or increased. We can share more with that. And I wanted also to just very quickly to our colleagues from Côte d'Ivoire. What we are trying to do at ECA is also to continue working with member states to get the data on time so that the data that will be used will actually speak, les données en fait des pays. On continuera à nous engager avec les pays pour avoir les dernières données afin de pouvoir les refléter au mieux. Donc, votre commentaire de nous assurer qu'on ait les données qu'ici et les données qu'il faut des pays, entre autres, c'est bien noté. Le reste, je vais laisser à mes collègues de répondre. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's a wise decision, DS Hanan, because we're going to leave all the questions that we haven't addressed to you. But I wanted to speak to two, which the Chair had raised in terms of, can we move from opportunities, the potential that we've all been speaking, what is it that we're doing to be able to move us from, wherever we are to credible strategies, but also the issue of rebasing national accounts to include natural capital. I just wanted to share, I think, from the Southern African region, I think a lot we've already shared in terms of, some of those initiatives that we feel are actually very, very strategic, and it's really moving us from the opportunities to, those credible strategies that you're speaking to, Chair. So again, not to repeat, because it's already been talked about, I think that the DRC, the Zambia initiative is one critical and good strategic initiative that we will continue to work on. But the other one, which is the Common Agro-Industrial Park, which is between Zambia and Zimbabwe, is another. And for that, speaking to your issue that you raised in terms of, agro growth poles, this is how we are viewing this initiative. It is, for now, Zambia and Zimbabwe, but because when we did the pre-feasibility study, it already identified 9 value chains there. There is a lot of opportunity for other countries to actually be part of that value chain. So I'm just looking, for example, for a country like Malawi that is now going into mega farming For now, looking a lot more to food security, but I think when you look a lot more, it also would be one of those that will feed into that Zimzam agro park. But we also have now looking into the beef value chain, a conversation that we're going to go into with Botswana. And to see who else, because they do have the license, who else can benefit from that within the sub-region. Again, really, really moving strategically into developing those value chains. And then the other one, which is also quite critical, it's a leather value chain, which has already been identified in the Common Agro-Industrial Park. We have countries like Lesotho, and others that really are on the leather products. So what is it that they can also contribute in terms of, again, funneling all of that into the regional value chain for that. So I think we are moving and continuing. Again, we will keep listening to all of you from where you're coming from in terms of if there's anything else that you think we can actually go into to support. And then the second question, the rebasing of national accounts and so on. I know that my colleague Oliver is not here from the Africa Center for Statistics, but also just to share that we've actually begun to do a lot of work on this. We've just concluded about 2 weeks ago or so, Namibia. We supported Namibia, for example, to develop their satellite account. This is the tourism statistics satellite account, because tourism is a big component of Namibia's GDP, and yet it wasn't fully accounted for in their national account. So those are some of the work that we're doing, and I guess, all of these have to come, of course, from yourselves as member states. If you see the need for you to come to us, and we'll be happy to support in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice. We'll have Jean come in, and then I'm going to propose that the other two reports, I don't know if